Chapter 8:16. Yixing nodded and walked to the front of a stone cabinet. The disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace immediately gathered around and looked at Yixing eagerly. Yixing glanced at the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace. Most of them did not react, but there were still some who understood. Tu Qianzhang shouted, "Be careful, there are outsiders here." The disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace immediately reacted. In the Heavenly Bao Hall, there were still disciples of the Star River Divine Palace eyeing them covetously. Because of Yixing's strength, they had neglected the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace. However, the temptation of the treasures in the stone cabinet was too great. If Yixing opened the seal of the stone cabinet, the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace might attack him out of greed. Once a group had a backbone, it would be cohesive. The disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were not as united as the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace and the Radiance Divine Palace, but they lacked a backbone. Now that Yixing had become the backbone of the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace, the unity of the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace naturally increased. Without needing Yixing to deliberately remind them, they turned their attention to the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace and took precautions. Even if the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace wanted to sneak up on them, they would not succeed. Yixing stood in front of the stone cabinet and opened his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, revealing an eye full of runes. He activated the God's Void Breaker Eye. The wall in front of him suddenly turned transparent under the gaze of the God's Void Breaker Eye. On the wall, the restriction that covered the stone cabinet, under the gaze of Yixing's God's Void Breaker Eye, wisps of energy moved and could be seen clearly. Yixing soon saw through the entire structure of the restriction. If a restriction could be compared to a lock, then breaking the restriction by force was like smashing the lock open. Yixing had seen through the entire structure of the restriction, which was equivalent to finding the way to open the lock. It was like having a key in his hand. When a lock was big enough and strong enough, breaking it by force was impossible. However, with a key, it was easy to open it. Yixing took a step forward, stretched out his hand, and pressed it on the invisible restriction in front of the stone cabinet. Yixing circulated his astral energy, and strands of astral energy shot out from his palm like fine threads. The restriction outside the stone cabinet was extremely complicated and tight. If one were to carelessly infuse astral energy into it, it would definitely be blocked. However, Yixing had scanned every inch of space in the restrictive spell and knew where there were gaps that could allow astral energy to pass through. These cracks were as thin as a strand of hair, and they were twisted and turned. If one couldn't see them clearly, it would be impossible for one to infuse one's astral energy through them. However, with the help of the void-breaking God Eyes, the impossible became possible. Yixing was very clear about the structure of the restriction. Strands of thread-like astral energy were controlled by Yixing and penetrated layer after layer of the restriction. The restriction wasn't solid, but was made of energy. The strands of energy were like threads, weaving into a dense net. No matter how complicated the net was, no matter how long the threads were, there was only one source. As long as the source was destroyed, the entire restriction could be destroyed. Yixing's palm was only half a meter away from the stone cabinet, which meant that the thickness of the restriction was only half a meter. However, this half-meter thickness had tens of thousands of layers. If it was a blind cat running into a dead mouse, it was still possible to penetrate through several layers, or even a dozen layers. However, it was impossible to penetrate through tens of thousands of layers just by relying on luck. Only Yixing, who had the shattering Void Divine Palace, could see the inside of the barriers clearly, and could control the astral energy to quickly penetrate through layers of barriers. After spending 15 minutes, Yixing's astral energy threads had penetrated through all the layers and reached the inside of the restriction, finding the source. Even if the astral energy was as thin as a thread, the power it contained was still shocking. Especially the arrow intent it contained, it had an extreme penetrating power. Under Yixing's control, the astral energy threads immediately pierced into the source of the restriction and destroyed it. With the source destroyed, the restriction collapsed from the inside out. Soon, it was completely destroyed and disappeared without a trace. However, the restriction was invisible and the process could not be seen with the naked eye. The rest of the people only saw Yixing pressing his hand into the void. They did not know that the restriction in front of Yixing had changed. When the restriction was completely destroyed, Yixing took a step forward and walked directly to the stone cabinet. He stretched out his hand and touched a treasure in the stone cabinet. The restriction is gone. It's really been broken. The disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace immediately cheered excitedly. However, even so, they did not let down their guard against the disciples of the Starry River Divine Palace. This was often the most dangerous time. The disciples of the Starry River Divine Palace looked at each other with envy and jealousy. The stone cabinet was right in front of them and the treasure inside seemed to be within reach. However, when they really stretched out their hand and were about half a meter away from the stone cabinet, they would be blocked by the invisible restriction. The disciples of the Starry River Divine Palace had used all kinds of methods. They had forcefully attacked it and used array masters to break it, but to no avail. Now, when they saw Yixing open the restrictions on the stone cabinet and touch the treasures in the stone cabinet, they could only sigh and feel very upset. It was not that Ming Yan did not want to sneak up on Yixing and steal the treasure. However, he knew very well that although Yixing seemed to be focused on breaking the restriction, there was actually a penetrating aura that was watching him. Obviously, as long as Ming Yan did anything, he would not be able to hide it from Yixing. Ming Yan obviously wanted to sneak up on Yixing. However, sneaking up on the other disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace was meaningless. He was only afraid of Yixing. Unless he killed Yixing with a sneak attack, he would not be able to steal the other party's treasure. Instead, he would be sending himself to his death. Ming Yan knew very well that if he dared to make a move, Yixing would definitely not spare his life. Therefore, Ming Yan did not dare to make a move. Moreover, even if he wanted to sneak up on Yixing, it would not be now. He would have to wait until Yixing opened all the stone cabinets. Otherwise, even if he succeeded, he would only be able to obtain the treasure in one of the stone cabinets. Wouldn't that be the same as what Yixing had promised? After opening the stone cabinets, Yixing waved his hand and put all the treasures in the stone cabinets into his storage ring. Seeing Yixing put away all the treasures, although the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were a little envious, no one said anything. Yixing walked to the next stone cabinet and continued to break the restriction. After 15 minutes, the restriction was broken and Yixing took away the treasures in the stone cabinets. One by one, the restrictions on the stone cabinets were broken by Yixing. The treasures inside were all taken away by Yixing. 4 hours later, the 15 stone cabinets on the right side of the Heavenly Bao Palace had their restrictions broken by Yixing. All the treasures were taken away by him. In other words, Yixing had obtained a total of 45 God-grade treasures and more than 100 Mystic-grade treasures. This was more than all the treasures of many 4-star forces combined. Chapter 8:17. The disciples of the Starry River Sacred Hall looked at Yixing with red eyes and short breaths. They were extremely jealous. Even the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace couldn't help but feel jealous, let alone the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace. So many treasures were worth a fortune to a quasi-god. Even if they worked hard for their entire lives, they wouldn't be able to obtain them. Perhaps only a true god expert would treat them as normal. Yixing had been paying attention to Xing Yan. He could feel the struggle in Xing Yan's heart. But in the end, Xing Yan didn't make a move. Yixing had killed Pang Zhan in one move. He was indeed powerful, and Xing Yan was afraid. "You're wise," Yixing thought to himself. Looking at the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace who were staring at him, Yixing said, "Every disciple here will have a share of the treasures in the palace. Every disciple will get a stone cabinet of treasures. Thank you, Senior Brother Yixing. Long live Senior Brother Yixing." The disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were overjoyed and immediately cheered. Although Yixing meant that every disciple would get a stone cabinet of treasures and the rest would belong to him, none of the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace thought otherwise. It was Yixing who had opened the seals on the stone cabinets. Strictly speaking, these treasures belonged to Yixing. There were 10 peaks in the outer sanctum of the Dark Star Divine Palace, and each peak had a stone cabinet. Yixing had given them 10 stone cabinets of treasures. What else could the disciples say? There was only gratitude and excitement. Yixing said, "I'll keep the treasures first. After I open all the stone cabinets, I'll distribute them to you." The disciples of the Star River Divine Palace were still in the Heavenly Bow Hall. The treasures were with Yixing, so Yixing wasn't afraid of them. However, if the treasures were with other disciples, it would be a different story. The Heavenly Bow Hall was small, and there were many people. Once chaos broke out, Yixing would not be able to control the situation. If all the disciples of the Star River Deity Temple were to join the fray, the other party would snatch the treasures and run away, and Yixing would not be able to stop them one by one. However, as long as the treasure was with Yixing, the Star River Temple's disciples would never be able to snatch it away. Therefore, Yixing had to keep it with him first. The disciples thought for a moment and understood this logic. They said in unison, "We will listen to Senior Marshal Brother Yixing's instructions." Yixing looked at Xing Yan and said, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You still have a day or so. Tomorrow afternoon, if you don't leave, I will personally ask you to leave." Yixing had his own principles when it came to dealing with people. He would not completely deprive the Star River Temple's disciples of the opportunity to obtain the treasures and chase them out directly. However, he would not allow them to occupy the latrine without taking sh*t. When the time was up, he would snatch what should be snatched, even if he had to use force. Time passed. The disciples of the Starry River Sacred Hall tried all sorts of methods to break the restrictions around the 15 stone cabinets, but they couldn't break them. The time limit that Yixing had given them was getting closer and closer. Yixing was surrounded by the Star River Temple's disciples. He looked at the Star River Temple's disciples indifferently, waiting for the time to be up so that he could chase them out by force. Xing Yan's face became uglier and uglier. He could not accept the fact that he did not even get a single piece of treasure after so many treasures. Seeing that noon was almost up, Xing Yan said, "Yixing, we only need 3 stone cabinets. If you give us 3 treasures, we will give you all of them." Yixing chuckled and couldn't be bothered to respond. He didn't even want to waste his breath. Xing Yan gritted his teeth and shouted, "2. We only need 2 stone cabinets." Yixing still ignored him. Xing Yan panted heavily. He was very emotional as he shouted, "Fine, 1 then." The Star River Temple's disciples laughed. Xing Yan did not even have a single bargaining chip, yet he dared to negotiate with Yixing. He was definitely asking for trouble. Yixing did not change his mind because of Xing Yan's compromise. He still ignored Xing Yan. Xing Yan shouted, "Yixing, quickly open the seals and give us one of the stone cabinets. We will leave immediately." Yixing's gaze finally fell on Xing Yan. He said, "Time's up. You should leave." Xing Yan said angrily, "You tricked me. You said you would give us 1 stone cabinet." Yixing said, "That was then and this is now. I have given you a chance, but there is only 1 chance. You missed it." Xing Yan's aura suddenly became violent. He clenched his fists like an angry lion, as if he was going to pounce on Yixing at any time. The Star River Temple's disciples were invigorated, and their auras surged. Yixing's expression was still as usual. He looked at Xing Yan and said indifferently, "I will only count to 10. After that, if there are any Star River Temple's disciples in the Heavenly Bow Palace, I will kill them without mercy." Although Yixing's voice was soft, it was like thunder in the ears of the Star River Temple's disciples. Fear immediately appeared on their faces. 1, 2, 3. Yixing began to count. He counted every breath. When Yixing counted to 3, the Star River Temple's disciples had already rushed out of the palace. Xing Yan's face was extremely ugly. 4, 5. With the first to escape, there was naturally a second, and a third. When Yixing counted to 5, there were already more than 10 Star River Temple's disciples running out of the palace. Moreover, there were even more who were preparing to follow. Go! When Xing Yan saw this, he knew that he could not compete with Yixing in the Heavenly Bao Palace, so he could only retreat. Following Xing Yan's order, the Star River Temple's disciples sped up and rushed out of the palace. In just a few breaths' time, there was not a single Star River Temple's disciple left in the Heavenly Bao Palace. Xing Yan's voice came from outside the palace. Yixing, just you wait. You will not have a good ending if you offend the Star River Temple. Yixing treated Xing Yan's threat as a fart. He did not take it to heart at all. His gaze had already landed on the 15 stone cabinets in front of him. 4 hours later, the restrictions on the 15 stone cabinets were all opened by Yixing. The treasures inside were all kept by Yixing. Then, Yixing gathered all the Dark Star Temple's disciples together and began to distribute the treasures. There were about 70 disciples in the Dark Star Temple. There were disciples from each peak. Yixing gave each peak's disciple a stone cabinet of treasures and said, although these treasures are with you, they do not belong to you. They belong to each peak's disciple. After you hand them over to the temple, the contribution points obtained will be divided equally among the disciples of each peak. All the disciples said in unison, yes, Senior Brother Yixing. Yixing said, the treasures in the other 20 stone cabinets belong to me. Do you have any objections? All the disciples shook their heads. Chapter 8:19. Gai Qing used his eye technique to look into the distance and said, no, Yixing is very far away, at least a few 100,000 miles away. However, he seems to have cultivated an extremely powerful eye technique and should be watching this place. The only person Xing Yan was afraid of was Yixing. Knowing that Yixing was still a few 100,000 miles away, Xing Yan was relieved. Xing Yan sneered, what a good kill without mercy. Very good. I will also count to 10. After 10 counts, if you still don't hand over your treasures, I will also kill you without mercy. In front of me, you are just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. I can easily kill you until your corpses litter the ground and you piss your pants in terror. Gao Jian ignored Xing Yan's sneer and started counting. 1. Senior Brother Gao Jian, what's going on? Immediately, a large number of Dark Star Divine Palace disciples asked Gao Jian through voice transmission. Gao Jian transmitted his voice to a few key disciples. Don't worry, Senior Brother Yixing has made arrangements. These key disciples also transmitted their voice to the other disciples. After knowing that it was Yixing's arrangement, they were relieved despite their doubts. 1. A confident smile hung on Xing Yan's face as he followed Gao Jian and started counting as well. 2. 2. 3. 3. As the numbers were getting closer to 10, both sides' auras became more and more intense. Both sides' disciples exploded with violent auras. A great battle was about to break out. The Dark Star Divine Palace disciples were full of confidence after knowing that Yixing had made arrangements. The Star River Divine Palace disciples were also relieved after knowing that Yixing was a few 100,000 miles away. Both sides were confident that they could defeat the other. 9. Gao Jian's eyes narrowed, and his gaze sharpened. 9. Xing Yan was still smiling. Other than Yixing, no one was his match. Knowing that Yixing was a few 100,000 miles away, Xing Yan was not worried at all. Gao Jian looked at Xing Yan with murderous eyes and shouted, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. 10. He. Xing Yan shrugged. His expression was relaxed as he expressed his disdain. Whoosh, however, at this moment, a ripple suddenly appeared in the space in front of Xing Yan. A silvery white arrow shot out from the center of the ripple and shot towards Xing Yan. Just as Xing Yan was about to count to 10, his disdainful smile froze on his face. His eyes were instantly filled with fear. This arrow had appeared too suddenly, completely outside of Xing Yan's expectations. At this moment, he was completely unprepared. The speed of the arrow was too fast, like a flash of light. Moreover, the arrow was too close to the star flame, less than 100 meters away. With such speed and such a short distance, Xing Yan had no time to react. Poof! Under Xing Yan's horrified gaze, the silver arrow instantly pierced through his astral shield and into his head, leaving behind a fist-sized hole. After the silver arrow pierced through Xing Yan's head, it did not stop there. It continued to shoot forward like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, the 5 Starry River Temple disciples behind Xing Yan were all pierced through by the silver arrow. It was only when the arrow hit the 6th person that the power of the arrow was exhausted and lodged in the 6th person's body. The power of the arrow was extremely terrifying. Xing Yan and the 5 Starry River Temple disciples behind him were instantly killed and fell from the sky. The one who was hit by the arrow was also severely injured. His body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood, almost falling to the ground. Hiss! Whether it was the Dark Star Temple disciples or the Starry River Temple disciples, they all sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. This arrow that had appeared out of nowhere was too terrifying. Not only was its power terrifying, but the most important thing was that it had suddenly shot out from the void, making it impossible to guard against. However, the difference was that the Dark Star Temple disciples were pleasantly surprised, while the Starry River Temple disciples were horrified. A single arrow had killed Xing Yan and 5 Starry River Temple disciples at the same time. It had even severely injured one of them. This arrow had struck fear in their hearts and completely shattered their confidence. At this moment, Gao Jian roared, "Kill!" The battle cry shook the sky. When the Dark Star Temple disciples heard the battle cry, their spirits were lifted, and their morale soared. As for the Starry River Temple disciples, their hearts were filled with fear. When they heard the battle cry, they turned around and fled at the same time. In fact, the 40 people from the Starry River Temple who had come were all elites. Even though 6 of them had died and 1 was severely injured, the remaining 33 people still had the strength to fight against the Dark Star Temple disciples. After all, most of the Dark Star Temple disciples' top elites were not here. There were fewer 4-star kings compared to the Starry River Temple disciples. If the two sides were to fight normally, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. But now, the Starry River Temple disciples were frightened by the death of Xing Yan and the others and fled in panic. The situation was completely different. The Dark Star Temple disciples chased after them like chickens and dogs, easily reaping the lives of many of the Starry River Temple disciples. In the end, less than 15 of the Starry River Temple disciples escaped. Most of them were killed by the Dark Star Temple disciples in the process of fleeing. The losses were extremely heavy. As time was limited, the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace did not pursue the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace who had escaped. Instead, they collected the storage rings left behind by the dead disciples of the Star River Divine Palace. After distributing them, they continued south, returning to the entrance of the Dark Star continent. In the distant eastern part of the Heavenly Bow continent, Yixing used his God's Eyes of Void Breaker to observe everything from afar. The result was exactly as he had expected. He had expected that the Starry River Temple disciples would be scared out of their wits after Xing Yan's death. He had let Gao Jian roar the word, "Kill," which was enough to make them flee. Once they fled, they would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Heavy losses were inevitable. Seeing that the Dark Star Divine Hall's disciples were on their way back, Yixing looked away. The Starry River Divine Hall's disciples were no longer a threat after their defeat. Without Pang Zhan, the Radiance Divine Hall's disciples wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. As for the Dark Star Divine Hall's disciples, they didn't need to worry about them. The spatial crack that led to the star mainland was located at the eastern edge of the Heavenly Bao continent. Yixing followed the route that Zhuo Hongyuan had taken and found the spatial crack without much effort. At this time, the Dark Star Temple disciples had also arrived at the entrance of the Dark Star mainland and gathered with the other Dark Star Temple disciples. Yixing used his God's Eyes of Void Breaker to watch the Dark Star Temple disciples leave the Heavenly Bao continent through the Void Door. He retracted his gaze and walked toward the spatial crack in front of him. The energy in the spatial crack was very chaotic. Yixing could feel an inexplicable danger in it. However, since Zhuo Hongyuan could pass through it, Yixing was confident that he could pass through it as well. Chapter 820. The space crack was like a hideous wound in the void. It was also like the mouth of a demon, swallowing all the energy around it. When Yixing was still a dozen miles away from the space crack, he felt an invisible suction force pulling him closer to the space crack. As he got closer and closer to the spatial crack, the invisible suction force became stronger and stronger. In the beginning, Yixing was still able to forcefully control his body. However, when he was only about 100 meters away from the spatial crack, the suction force of the spatial crack exceeded his ability to control himself. Whoosh! Yixing was like a sharp arrow, sucked into the space crack in an instant by the invisible suction force. In the space crack, there was a void torrent that brought Yixing's body forward rapidly. It was like an ordinary person falling into a surging river. He could not control his body and could only go with the flow. The difference was that ordinary people would drown in the surging river. However, Yixing was a king. Although he could not escape the void torrent, he would not suffocate because of it. However, there were dangers in the void torrent that could kill a king. In less than 10 breaths after entering the space crack, Yixing felt pain in his body. It was as if he had been cut by a sharp blade. A deep wound appeared on his body, and even his bones were broken. It was the space wind blade hidden in the void torrent. The space wind blade was extremely sharp, and the speed of the void torrent was fast. Therefore, once it came into contact with the space wind blade, one's body would be injured. Even the black level upper grade inner armor could not withstand it. Zhuo Hongyuan had arrived at the star continent through the space crack. However, he had been seriously injured and had not recovered. His cultivation had remained at the two-star king realm. He had not made any progress in his life. A king realm had a lifespan of 1,000 years. However, Zhuo Hongyuan had only lived for a few hundred years before he died. It was because he had been seriously injured while traveling through the space crack. It had damaged his life source. Zhuo Hongyuan was a genius at the same level as Pang Zhan, Xing Yan, and Zhuo Fifan. When he was in the king realm, he could fight opponents 2 levels higher than him. Moreover, he had built a middle-grade king body. He was one in 100,000 kings. But Yixing was different. Yixing had constructed a top-grade imperial body, and had an undying body. His survivability was thousands of times stronger than Zhuo Hongyuan's. The wounds on Yixing's body healed in the blink of an eye. With the self-healing effect of his top-grade imperial body, his wounds were completely healed, leaving no scars behind. There were many spatial wind blades hidden in the void torrent. Whether one was lucky or not, one would always encounter some. If one was lucky, one would encounter fewer spatial wind blades. If one was unlucky, one would encounter more. Zhuo Hongyuan was lucky that he hadn't been killed by the spatial wind blades in the torrent of space. At least, he was much luckier than Yixing. At least a dozen breaths of time, at most a few dozen breaths of time, Yixing would always come into contact with the spatial wind blades. Injuries to his body were a small matter. Once, a spatial wind blade just so happened to slash across Yixing's neck, directly chopping off his head. If Shuo Hongyuan had encountered such an experience, he would have died instantly. Fortunately, Yixing had an undying body. Even if his head was chopped off, his flesh and blood would regenerate, and he would recover to his original state. In the torrent of space, he bumped into the spatial wind blades for almost half an hour. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature changed, becoming incomparably hot. Yixing was surrounded by raging flames. Just a moment ago, Yixing had left the torrent of space, but now he had entered a torrent of flames. Perhaps, Yixing was still in the same torrent, but this torrent had different forms in different locations. The area Yixing had passed through before was a torrent of space, but now the area he was in was a torrent of flames. As for what was going on, Yixing could only guess. He didn't have a definite answer in his heart. But one thing was certain, for Yixing, it was much safer to be in a torrent of flames than in a torrent of space. The danger in the torrent of space came from the spatial wind blades, but there was also danger in the torrent of flames, which came from the special flames hidden in the torrent of flames. Yixing had the flame astral aspect and the star fire seed in his body. Facing these foreign flames, his defensive power was the strongest. Yixing used the flame astral aspect and at the same time stimulated the star fire seed in his Dantian star vortex, laying down a double defense outside his body. Whether it was ordinary foreign flames or special flames, they could all be blocked by these two layers of defense. Whoosh! A black starlight rushed out from between Yixing's eyebrows. Yixing had used the black hole astral aspect again. In the torrent of flames, there was an endless supply of foreign flames, and there were also many powerful special flames. For Yixing, this was not a dangerous place, but a place of great treasure. Yixing's star fire seed and flame astral aspect could be upgraded by absorbing the flame energy here. The black hole astral aspect followed Yixing through the torrent of flames, producing a huge devouring power that swallowed the surrounding flame energy and strengthened the flame astral aspect. The star fire seed in his Dantian star vortex also instinctively absorbed the foreign flames from all directions. Yixing's star fire seed originally came from the foreign flames that fell on the star continent. Now that Yixing was passing through the void crack and traveling through the starry sky, the endless foreign flames were the best supplement for the star fire seed. Traveling through the torrent of flames, Yixing was in a good mood. He only hoped that he could travel a little longer, so that his star fire seed and flame astral aspect could absorb enough flame energy and have a qualitative breakthrough. According to the description in Zhuo Hongyuan's notes, the torrent of flames would last for an hour, and then they would arrive at the space where the star continent was. There was a large area of unstable void there, and it was easy to tear space. Through tearing space, one could reach the star continent. Under normal circumstances, tearing space was extremely difficult. Only true god experts or peerless geniuses among quasi-gods could do it. However, the tearing space caused a part of the space in the star continent to be unstable, which allowed even kings to tear space. Zhuo Hongyuan was only a 4-star king, but he could tear space and reach the star continent. This was naturally not a problem for Yixing. Yixing divided his attention into 3 tasks. On one hand, he controlled the black hole astral aspect to absorb the flame energy to strengthen it. On the other hand, he controlled the star fire seed to absorb the flame energy to strengthen it. On the other hand, he calculated the passage of time. After only a quarter of an hour, Yixing's flame astrological aspect had undergone a qualitative change. In the starry crescent land, the flame astral aspect in the heavenly flame ancient land had reached the limit of the extreme grade astral aspect due to the black hole astral aspect's absorption of the flame energy. It was only one step away from evolving to the saint grade astral aspect. However, because the flame energy in the heavenly flame ancient land was not strong enough, it did not succeed. Now, there were foreign flames everywhere, and the flame energy was strong enough. Yixing's flame astral aspect naturally underwent a qualitative change very quickly. On the flame astral aspect, a flame divine bird vaguely appeared. It had evolved into the saint grade astral aspect, the vermilion bird astral aspect. Chapter 821. The evolution of the fire astrological aspect from the extreme grade to the saint grade was a qualitative breakthrough, and its power had increased greatly. In the space between his eyebrows, the fire astrological aspect was no longer in a corner. Instead, it had squeezed into the middle. Although it was still unable to compete with the Sagittarius and black hole astrological aspects, it was already on the verge of contending with them. The black hole astrological aspect continued to devour the fire energy, strengthening the vermilion bird astrological aspect that had already evolved. Within the fire astrological aspect, the vermilion bird's figure gradually became clearer as it absorbed more and more fire energy. It looked like it was about to soar into the sky. This meant that even though it had evolved into the vermilion bird astrological aspect, its power was still increasing. This could be seen from the fact that the vermilion bird astrological aspect was getting closer and closer to the Sagittarius and black hole astrological aspects in the center. Although the vermilion bird astrological aspect's power would increase as it absorbed more fire energy, there wouldn't be a qualitative change. Yixing's focus shifted to the star fire seed. As Yixing pushed the star fire seed's ability to absorb fire energy became stronger and faster. Finally, an hour ago, the star fire seed's grade had also increased qualitatively. Its size was clearly one size larger, and its power was more than 10 times stronger. Before, the star fire seed's power could only threaten ordinary kings. Now, Yixing was sure that even high-level kings wouldn't be able to withstand the burning power of the star fire seed. Although the star fire seed didn't pose any real threat to high-level monarchs as long as it didn't burn their bodies, having such a power in their bodies would still be useful at crucial moments. An hour later, Yixing felt the space around him weakening. Clearly, he had arrived at the space where the star continent was. Yixing didn't hesitate. He circulated the dark wind fire arrow art. The astral energy in his body, darkness, wind, and fire yuan qi gathered at the tip of his finger, forming a black astral arrow. Break! Yixing attacked with all his strength. Using his body as an arrow, he instantly pierced through the torrent of fire and landed on the edge of the torrent. Within the torrent of flames, Yixing was unable to go against the power of the torrent. However, he could still move left and right along with the torrent. With the arrow well attached to his body, Yixing's body shuttled through the void as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the astral finger arrow collided with the spatial barrier at the edge of the torrent of flames. If it had been an intact spatial barrier, then even a normal quasi-god wouldn't have been able to break through it. However, the space here was weak, and its strength had decreased by more than 100 times. Even Zhuo Hongyuan had been able to break through it in the past, so what more Yixing? The astral finger arrow pierced through the thin spatial barrier and tore a huge crack in it in the blink of an eye. Crash! Yixing rushed out of the spatial rift, wreathed in a large amount of foreign flames. The torrent of flames was like a surging river. The sudden appearance of the spatial crack was like a hole at the bottom of the river. Naturally, the water in the river would be repelled by the hole at the bottom of the river, and the flames in the torrent of flames were the same. Therefore, Yixing rushed out of the spatial crack not only because of the impact of his own power, but also because of the expulsion of the torrent of flames. Yixing suddenly accelerated. Before he could control his body, he was squeezed out of the torrent of flames. He appeared in the sky above the star continent and fell heavily to the ground. He fell from a height of several thousand meters in the blink of an eye. Yixing hit the ground hard and felt a sharp pain in his internal organs. Clearly, they had been damaged. A large amount of foreign flame fell and landed on the ground, covering a radius of several hundred meters. In an instant, the surrounding flowers and trees were burned to ashes. Even the soil and stones on the ground were burned away. The star continent was a complete starry sky continent. Its laws were very complete. The spatial crack in the sky only appeared in the blink of an eye. Under the power of the laws, it was quickly mended and returned to normal. Yixing, who was on the ground, and a large expanse of extraterrestrial flames, proved what had just happened. Compared to the immortal body, the damage to the internal organs was only a minor injury. They recovered in the blink of an eye. Yixing stood up and took a step forward. He rushed out of the flames and appeared in the sky. Yixing's eyes swept across the land in front of him. His face was filled with excitement and excitement. He was back. He was finally back. What entered his eyes were lofty mountains and hills. It was indeed very similar to the Green Cloud Mountain range. Yixing opened his martial Dao heavenly eye and used his void-breaking God eyes. His eyes immediately looked forward. Not long after, Yixing was shocked and surprised. Yes, this was indeed the Green Cloud Mountain range. He saw the old site of the Green Cloud sect and the square outside the Green Cloud ancient land. Back then, he had explored the Green Cloud ancient land with the genius disciples of the various sects in the Green Cloud region. At that time, he was only a celestial vortex realm marquis. Now, he was already a ruler of the Star Ocean. He did not know the cultivation of the genius disciples who explored the Green Cloud ancient land with him. Most of them were probably still celestial vortex realm marquis. Some of them were at most astral dipper realm enlightened persons. Their life experiences were different. Yixing was already in a different world from them. After confirming that this was the Green Cloud Mountain range and that he had indeed returned to the Star Land, Yixing was even more delighted and excited. Since 2 years ago, Yixing had been forced to use the Great Space Breaching Talisman to leave the Star Land under the Supreme King Mengtai's saber. Yixing had always wanted to return. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Now that his wish had finally come true, he was naturally very excited. 2 years ago, he was forced to leave by Mengtai in the Green Cloud Mountain range. 2 years later, he returned to the Star Land and was still in the Green Cloud Mountain range. 2 years ago, he was only a 7-star reverend. He could not withstand a single blow from Mengtai. 2 years later, he was already a 1-star king. A mere Mengtai was no longer in his eyes. At the same place, at a different time, Yixing's cultivation and strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. After 2 years, Yixing returned to the Star Land once again. There was no more pain in his heart. There was no more resentment. There was only joy. Today, he would pay back the enmity of the past with double. There was only joy in his heart. Moreover, Yixing's thoughts quickly shifted to Wei Qingxian. That flawless face appeared in Yixing's mind. Although they had not seen each other for 2 years, it was still very clear. He had not forgotten it at all. Qingxian, I'm back. How have you been these 2 years? Yixing thought silently. At the same time, he confirmed the direction and looked in the direction of the Dark Star sect with his void-breaking God eye. The void-breaking God eye pierced through the void. Yixing's heart had already flown towards the Dark Star sect. Chapter 822. In the Eastern Sea region of the Star Continent, there was an island with a radius of several thousand li, shrouded in layers of fog. This was the headquarters of the Dark Star sect, the Dark Star Island. These layers of fog were all formed by formations and restrictions. Even a Star Ocean Realm King would get lost inside, unable to discover the existence of the Dark Star Island. Yixing used his void-shattering God eyes, and his gaze pierced through the layers of the void. He knew the location of the Dark Star Island, but he had to search for a while before he could find it. The layers of fog outside the Dark Star Island naturally couldn't block the void-shattering God eye's gaze. However, what made Yixing astonished was that the fog outside the Dark Star Island had actually disappeared. It wasn't because the void-shattering God eyes had pierced through it, but because it didn't exist in the first place. In such a situation, either the Dark Star sect had removed the formation outside the island, or someone had broken the formation outside the island. Regardless, it was a big matter for the Dark Star sect. The void-shattering god eyes continued forward, and soon saw the Dark Star Island. In the sky above the Dark Star Island, a huge flying ship stopped in the void. Yixing recognized this flying ship. 2 years ago, he had been chased by the Supreme King Meng Tai in the Green Cloud Mountain Range. This was a high-grade profound-grade flying ship, 30 meters wide and 100 meters long. It could carry more than 10,000 people. The Supreme King Meng Tai's flying ship appeared in the sky above the Dark Star Island, and the result was obvious. Meng Tai was leading the Great Yuan dynasty's martial artists to attack the Dark Star sect. At this moment, there were only a few dozen people on the flying ship. However, there were 2 large groups standing on both sides of the ship. Each group had several thousand people, adding up to 10,000 people. These people were standing in the air. Each and every one of them was an astral-reaching realm warrior. An army of about 10,000 warriors was an extremely powerful army. However, the several dozen people on the flying ship were even more frightening. They were all kings. The Supreme King Meng Tai stood at the front of the group of kings. Yixing's expression changed. Seeing Meng Tai, a killing intent appeared in his heart. Beside Meng Tai, there was a man standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Seeing this man, Yixing was also filled with killing intent. It was Zhuo Yupeng, who had been possessed by the King of Death Spirit. The Dark Star Island was extremely hidden and the Great Yuan Empire did not know where the headquarters of the Dark Star sect was located. However, Zhuo Yupeng, the young sect leader of the Dark Star sect, was extremely familiar with the Dark Star Island. Although Zhuo Yupeng had been possessed by the King of Death Spirit, his memory had not been erased. It was not surprising that he had colluded with Meng Tai and led the Great Yuan dynasty to Dark Star Island. However, logically speaking, Zhuo Yupeng had already been possessed and betrayed 2 years ago. At that time, he could have led the Great Yuan dynasty to attack Dark Star Island. Why did he wait 2 years to carry out this step? When Yixing noticed Zhuo Yupeng's cultivation, he immediately understood. After not seeing him for 2 years, not only had Zhuo Yupeng broken through to the Star C tier, but he had also become a 3-star king. In the past 2 years, Yixing had advanced from a 7-star supremacy to a 1-star king. This was already a godly improvement. However, Zhuo Yupeng had advanced from a 9-star supremacy to a 3-star king. This was even more heaven-defying than Yixing. However, there was still a difference between the two. Although Yixing had experienced some fortuitous encounters, his cultivation base was cultivated step by step. On the other hand, Zhuo Yupeng had been possessed by the King of Death Spirit. This King of Death Spirit was not an ordinary king in the world of death. He was a 7th-star C-realm high-level king. After possessing Zhuo Yupeng's body, the increase in his cultivation was not so much cultivation as recovery. As long as there was enough energy for him to devour, his cultivation would be able to increase rapidly. In the past 2 years, Zhuo Yupeng had harmed countless living beings before his cultivation had rapidly increased to the 3rd-star C-realm. In the Star Continent, the only 4-star king was the Great Yuan Supremacy King Meng Tai. Zhuo Yupeng could not devour enough energy in a short period of time to recover to the 4th-star C-realm. Therefore, he stopped cultivating and joined forces with the Supremacy King Meng Tai to attack the Dark Star sect. As early as 10 days ago, Meng Tai had led the Great Yuan dynasty's army and attacked the Dark Star Island. Because of Zhuo Yupeng's betrayal, the Dark Star sect's formation Elder Ling Daochen had added a few new level 5 formations outside the Dark Star Island. Zhuo Yupeng knew the details of the previous formations, so those new formations could only last for 10 days. Today, all the formations outside the Dark Star Island had been broken. The two sides were about to engage in close combat, and the battle was about to begin. Yixing was anxious. He was more than 10 million li away from the Dark Star Island. Although his current speed was extremely fast, rushing back to the Dark Star sect would still take a long time. Even if he rushed to the nearest middle-rank empire and used the teleportation formation to return to the Dark Star Island, it would still take some time. The battle between the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty was about to begin, and Yixing would not be able to participate in it. Yixing's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of the void-piercing arrow. He could use the void-piercing arrow to attack, but he had obtained 3 void-piercing arrows in the Heavenly Bao Hall. One of them had killed Huyan Long, and the other had killed Xing Yan. Now, there was only one left. If I had known that the situation would be so urgent when I returned to the Star Land, would have kept all 3 void-piercing arrows. Yixing thought to himself, and he could not help but feel a little regretful. If there were 3 void-piercing arrows, Yixing would have shot 1 arrow each at Meng Tai and Zhuo Yupeng. However, with only 1 void-piercing arrow left, Yixing did not dare to act rashly. He could only attack when he needed it the most. Yixing stood in the sky above the Green Cloud Mountain range, using his god eyes of void-piercing, and looking at the Dark Star Island from afar. He was constantly paying attention to the situation on the Dark Star Island. On the Dark Star Island, the disciples of the Dark Star sect had already retreated to the plaza outside the main hall of the Dark Star sect. The disciples below the Honorable Realm had retreated to the main hall of the Dark Star sect. The main hall of the Dark Star sect was protected by a powerful formation. These disciples were the future strength, and they were of no use to the current war. Naturally, they would stay in the main hall of the Dark Star sect in a safe place. As for the martial artists above the Honorable Realm, regardless of whether they were disciples of the younger generation or elders, they had all gathered in the plaza, preparing for the final battle with the Great Yuan dynasty. The kings of the Dark Star sect stood at the forefront. Yixing saw Wei Qingxian and the Black Biao King among these kings. Wei Qingshuan's body emitted the aura of a king. She had already become a 1-star king, and her body contained an extremely terrifying power. Only with the powerful vision of the god eyes of void-piercing could he see the hidden power in Wei Qingshuan's body. Naturally, other martial artists would not be able to see it. Yixing knew that Wei Qingxian was the daughter of a prime. Then, the power in her body was naturally the power of a prime's bloodline. No wonder it was so terrifying. It was like there was a huge dragon hidden in her body. Yixing had obtained the true god's blood essence left behind by Luo Tiangong, and had successfully established a peak-grade imperial body. Wei Qingxian had the prime's blood flowing in her body, which was even more superior than the true god's blood essence. Presumably, establishing a peak-grade imperial body would not be a problem. Chapter 823. Yixing knew all the kings of the Dark Star sect. There were a total of 15 kings, 1 supreme sect master, 1 sect master, 2 star envoys, 4 guardian kings, and 7 elders. Now that Wei Qingxian was added, there should be 16 kings, but Yixing only saw 13. Only 13 kings? Why are there 3 missing? The Great Yuan dynasty has more than 60 kings. How can they stop them? Yixing was secretly anxious. Even though they knew that Wei Qingxian possessed a terrifying bloodline of the 9 supremes, the Great Yuan dynasty still had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, the Supreme King Meng Tai was a 4-star king, and his strength could not be underestimated. There was also Zhuo Yupeng, whose real identity was the Death Spirit King. To be able to recover to a 3-star king in 2 years, one could see that his true realm was very high, and his strength was probably not something a king of the same realm could contend against. Yixing glanced at the kings of the Dark Star sect and knew who the 3 missing kings were. Guardian King Zhuo Jiangong, Elder Lin Jindao, and Zhao Wenfeng weren't here. At this moment, the Dark Star sect was facing a crisis of life and death, but these 3 kings weren't here. Most likely, they were no longer in this world. A total of 3 kings had fallen, and one of them was even a 2nd-level Astral Sea Realm Guardian King. It could be seen that the Dark Star sect had not had a good time these 2 years. In the sky above the Dark Star Island, The great Yuan dynasty's army was pressing down on the island, and its aura was like dark clouds covering the sky, making it hard for people to breathe. Meng Tai stood at the front of the ship, and his gaze swept down as he laughed. "Traitors of the Dark Star sect, your last support has already turned into nothingness. Without the protection of the formation, you are like fish on the chopping block in front of this king's army, waiting to be slaughtered, ha. Now, this king will give you one last chance. Those who choose to be loyal to this king will be spared from death, and this king will reward you with wealth and glory. Those who choose to be enemies with the great Yuan dynasty will be killed without mercy, and this king will grant you an incomplete corpse." Whoosh, a figure soared into the sky and stopped 1,000 meters away from the ship. At this moment, he had a tall figure, black hair, and naked upper body. His muscles were like dragons, filled with a sense of wildness. It was the Dark Star sect's left emissary, Black Biao King. Black Biao King's gaze landed on Meng Tai, and said, "Tai, ever since the Dark Star sect was founded, our martial artists have always been free, and will never become your Meng clan's dogs. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Let's fight. 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 Today, if you want to fight, fight, let's fight. Fight battle battle King King, Black Biao." Biao King knew that the Dark Star sect could not resist. If a great battle broke out, the scene would be chaotic. With a strong enemy like Meng Tai, the Black Biao King would have no time to care about anything else. If he could injure or even kill Meng Tai in a one-on-one battle, as long as he made Meng Tai lose his ability to battle, then with the Black Tiger King's strength, he would be able to fight more than 10 kings from the Daiyuan Empire without Meng Tai's obstruction. Then, the pressure on the other Dark Star sect's kings would be greatly reduced. Meng Tai sneered and said, "Black Biao, do you think you can save the Dark Star sect from danger by yourself? Huh. Fine, if you want to fight, I'll fight with you. I'll let you see the 10,000 years of accumulation of my Meng clan." While speaking, Meng Tai had already flown out of the ship. A mystic-grade high-grade treasure saber appeared in his hand, and as he charged toward Black Biao King, he slashed down with his saber. The saber was like a dazzling golden light, instantly splitting the void in half. This saber was extremely domineering, and its power was shocking. Most of the kings looked at Meng Tai's saber and secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Among the kings present, there were only a few who could withstand Meng Tai's saber. Black Biao King was obviously one of these few. Facing this saber, Black Biao King's expression was normal as he punched out. The fist energy was like a dark light that scattered out, instantly covering a large part of the sky, and collided with the saber. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the golden saber broke through the void airflow, but it could not break through the pitch-black fist energy. When the two forces collided, intertwining dark and golden ripples bloomed, and instantly rushed out in all directions. Both of them were extremely powerful. Their attacks were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had completed a round of attacks. Then, the saber aura and the dark fist aura continued to collide. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had collided at least 10 times. Boom 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 boom, the explosions were endless. To the venerable ones, because the process of the exchange was too fast, they only heard one explosion. This exchange of blows in the blink of an eye was just a probing attack. In the blink of an eye, both of them were dozens of miles away. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 starlights soared into the sky. Black Biao King and Meng Tai used their astrology at the same time. Black Biao King's astrology was pitch black, and it was an extreme dark attribute astrology. Meng Tai's astrology was golden light, and it was an extreme metal attribute astrology. Heaven breaking 13 slashes, die. Meng Tai shouted. The extreme metal attribute astrology emitted a brilliant golden light, causing his strength to increase by several times. Heaven breaking 13 slashes, an upper-grade Xuanwu martial art of the Meng clan. It was a secret technique of the Meng clan, and it was extremely powerful among upper-grade Xuanwu martial arts. Meng Tai's body also emitted a golden light, revealing an extremely powerful physique. This was the result of cultivating the Golden Dipper battle force. Not only did it strengthen the physical body, but it also strengthened the astral energy. When using the Golden Dipper battle force, the heaven-breaking 13 slashes was even more terrifying. Dark Aurora Fist. Black Biao King also exploded with terrifying strength. His Dark Star Xian body had been cultivated to the greater success stage, and his physique was even stronger than Meng Tai's. The extreme dark attribute astrology poured down surging dark astral energy, and the Black Biao King's upper-grade Xuanwu martial art, Dark Aurora Fist, exploded in power. Heaven-breaking 13 slashes was a saber technique that maximized both strength and speed. Dark Aurora Fist also pursued speed. In the blink of an eye, Meng Tai had already slashed 10 times, and every slash was blocked by the Black Biao King's Dark Aurora Fist. The exchange between the two seemed to be evenly matched, but Meng Tai's heaven-breaking 13 slashes were stronger with each slash. After 10 slashes, the strength of the saber energy had already surpassed the fist energy. The Black Biao King could feel the strength of the saber energy gradually increasing. If it wasn't for his Dark Star Xian body being strong enough, he would have been forced back by the first 10 slashes. But after all, he had already cultivated his Dark Star Xian body to the greater success stage, and his darkness force was at the greater perfection stage. Although he was slightly at a disadvantage, it wasn't particularly difficult for him to receive his opponent's attacks. In the blink of an eye, Meng Tai had already slashed 12 times, and laughed loudly. Black Biao, you haven't changed much from 2 years ago, but this king has already cultivated all of the heaven-breaking 13 slashes, huh? 13th slash, slash out, die. Chapter 824. A resplendent golden light shot out along with Meng Tai's laughter. Heaven-breaking 13 slashes, the 13th move. If the first 12 moves were said to be a gradual increase in strength, then the 13th move was an explosive leap. The reason why the heaven-breaking 13 slashes was so powerful was because of the 13th move. After the accumulation of the blade aura from the first 12 moves, the 13th move would be unleashed in one go. Meng Tai's strength was only at the level of a late-stage 4-star king before he used the heaven-breaking 13 slashes. But after using it, his strength had increased greatly, reaching the peak of the 4-star king level. The corresponding strength of a late-stage 4-star king could only be considered mid-tier among the 4-star kings. It was not even considered upper tier, let alone the peak. The 13th move of the heaven-breaking 13 slashes was enough to sweep through 4-star kings. It would be hard for anyone in the same realm to contend against it. Therefore, when the 13th slash was executed, Meng Tai was laughing heartily. He was in a very good mood. In the Star Continent, the only one who could contend against him, the Black Biao King, was about to be slain by his saber. He wanted to prove to everyone that he, Meng Tai, as the supreme king of the Star Continent, was also supreme and invincible. In the Blue Cloud Mountain Range, Yixing used his void-shattering god eyes to observe from afar. He had already taken out his crimson flame bow and knocked the last void-shattering arrow, ready to shoot at any time. The strength that Meng Tai had erupted with at this moment had already made Yixing want to make a move. However, the void-shattering god eye's vision was extremely sharp. When Meng Tai attacked, Yixing noticed that the Black Tiger King's aura did not panic at all, and his expression was also very calm. Facing Meng Tai's attack, the Black Tiger King did not show any fear. Instead, he sneered. Yixing was surprised. Looking at the Black Tiger King's performance, he seemed to have the confidence to block Meng Tai's attack. This made Yixing suppress the thought of shooting the void-shattering arrow. In the sky above the Dark Star Island, the Black Tiger King sneered facing Meng Tai's terrifying attack, "You've already improved. Do you think I, the Black Tiger King, can't compare to you? You should also experience my sect's ultimate move, Black Dragon 9 Styles. As he spoke, the Black Tiger King's move changed, and his fist turned into a palm as he pushed out. At this moment, the Black Panther King's aura skyrocketed, erupting with a pressure that caused one's heart to palpitate. Vaguely, 9 black dragon silhouettes appeared, coiling around the Black Panther King's body. Following the Black Tiger King's push, 2 black dragon phantoms instantly materialized and charged forward. The black dragon silhouette only gave off an oppressive aura. However, when the black dragon silhouette materialized, its oppressive aura had already solidified. Even the surrounding space was pushed aside and solidified. Bang bang, the 2 black dragons collided with the terrifying saber aura at the same time, resulting in an earth-shaking explosion. This slash was enough to sweep through 4-star kings. Some ordinary 4-star kings wouldn't even be able to block this slash and would be chopped down. However, before the 2 black dragons, this terrifying slash was completely destroyed in the blink of an eye. What? How could this be? The kings of the Dayuan dynasty were all shocked. The most shocked was none other than the Supreme King, Meng Tai. He knew how powerful the last move of the heaven-breaking 13 slashes was. Originally, Meng Tai thought that he was invincible and didn't have much motivation to improve his strength. However, after knowing that the Black Panther King could contend against him, Meng Tai's fighting spirit was reignited. Since he was able to become a 4-star king, he was already one of the top geniuses of the Star Continent. Moreover, he had already cultivated the heaven-breaking 13 slashes to a critical point. He was only 1 step away from completing the 13 slashes. Under the pressure of the Black Panther King, he finally took that step and completed the heaven-breaking 13 slashes, greatly increasing his strength. He originally thought that after completing the 13th slash, he would be able to win against the Black Panther King. Who would have thought that the Black Panther King's strength would increase greatly in these 2 years, and he would have mastered a martial art that was even more heaven-defying than the heaven-breaking 13 slashes. The 9 styles of the Black Dragon was the Dark Star Sect's supreme martial art. Zhuo Hongyuan had learned it from the Dark Star Divine Palace. Even in the Dark Star Divine Palace, the 9 styles of the Black Dragon was a first-class upper-grade black martial art. Its power was not inferior to that of a supreme-grade black martial art. Naturally, it was much more powerful than the heaven-breaking 13 slashes, which was considered powerful in the Star Continent. After all, the heaven-breaking 13 slashes could only be considered as ordinary amongst high-grade profound martial arts in the Dark Star Divine Palace. The 9 styles of the Black Dragon had always been a martial art exclusive to the sect master of the Dark Star sect. Only the sect master had the qualifications to cultivate it. However, 2 years ago, Yi Xing, the Fiend Star, had fallen, and the young sect master, Zhui Yupeng, had been possessed. The Dark Star sect could be said to be in a precarious situation. In order to deal with the future dangers of the Dark Star sect, the Star Dragon King and the Sovereign Sect's King Xiaomu had discussed and decided to let the Red Panther King cultivate the 9 styles of the Black Dragon. Back then, Zhuo Hongyuan hadn't been able to complete the 9 styles of the Black Dragon. He had only cultivated it to the level of 4 Dragon Strike. The 9 styles of the Black Dragon that he had left behind was only an incomplete version. The more powerful a martial art was, the more difficult it was to cultivate. Other than Zhuo Hongyuan, none of the Dark Star sect's sect masters had ever cultivated the 9 styles of the Black Dragon. Most of them had only cultivated 1 style, and a few had cultivated 2 styles. For example, the Star Dragon King and King Xiaomu had only cultivated 1 style and could only attack 1 black dragon. The fact that the Black Panther King was able to comprehend the dark force to its peak when he was a 3-star king showed how high his comprehension ability was. His 9 styles of the Black Dragon was indeed much faster than the Star Dragon King and King Xiaomu. In just 2 years, he had cultivated 2 styles. From what had happened today, the Star Dragon King and King Xiaomu's decision to let the Black Panther King cultivate the 9 styles of the Black Dragon was clearly a wise decision. The two black dragons that the Black Panther King had attacked with were 300 meters long. The dragon's aura was so strong that it was almost material. It made the Black Panther King look even more dignified, giving off a feeling that one couldn't look straight at him. Meng Tai, what kind of bullshit title is this? It's time for today to end. Die. The Black Panther King shouted and continued to use the 9 styles of the Black Dragon. The two black dragons roared and rushed toward Meng Tai. Although there was shock in Meng Tai's eyes, he didn't panic. His eyes were very calm. You want to kill me? You're still far from it. Meng Tai shouted coldly. He put away his dark weapon and formed a hand seal with both hands. Whoosh! A green sword flew out of thin air. As soon as the sword appeared, it shone brightly, illuminating the entire sky. The sword light flashed and turned into a huge green dragon. The green dragon's length exceeded 300 meters. It was close to 1,000 meters. It formed a circle and protected Meng Tai in the middle. Boom! Boom! In less than a blink of an eye, the two black dragons arrived in front of Meng Tai. The green dragon formed by the green sword immediately stretched out its claws. Rip! The green dragon's claws contained terrifying power. The two black dragons were instantly torn apart. However, sweat faintly appeared on Meng Tai's forehead. The green dragon seemed to be under his control, but it was very strenuous for him to do so. After blocking the attacks of the two black dragons, Meng Tai shouted, "What are you waiting for? Slaughter them all." Chapter 825. After Meng Tai yelled at the Dayuan dynasty martial artists, he turned to the Black Tiger King and smiled coldly. Hee hee. Black Tiger, my Dayuan dynasty's 10,000 years of accumulation isn't something you can imagine. With the dynasty's dragon luck protecting me, even a 5-star king can't do anything to me, let alone you. Meng Tai's expression was filled with pride. The Dayuan dynasty had ruled the Star Continent for 10,000 years. For 10,000 years, the Dayuan dynasty was the orthodox and was recognized by the martial artists of the Star Continent. Moreover, every time the Outer Realm Star Continent opened, it was the Dayuan dynasty's core martial artists who took the Star Continent's fate. As time passed, the dynasty accumulated a huge amount of fate. This was the dynasty's dragon luck. To destroy a dynasty, one must first destroy its fate. When Yixing was in the Star Continent, he had taken the Star Continent's fate the last time the Outer Realm Star Continent opened, which had damaged the Dayuan dynasty's dragon luck. However, the Dayuan dynasty's fate that had been accumulated for 10,000 years was too thick. When there was a 4-star king, it was also when the dynasty's dragon luck was at its peak. A single destruction was unable to shake its foundation. Moreover, in these 2 years when Yixing wasn't in the Star Continent, the Dark Star sect had been suppressed to the point that they had to defend their headquarters. The Dayuan dynasty's control over the Star Continent had greatly increased, and its fate had recovered. Therefore, the dynasty's dragon luck that Meng Tai had taken out was extremely powerful, reaching the level of a 5-star king. The dynasty's capital had a fate-gathering altar. Only at the altar could the dynasty's dragon luck be controlled freely. If the dragon luck was taken out of the capital, it would be extremely difficult to control it. Although Meng Tai was a 4-star king, controlling the dynasty's dragon luck that was equivalent to a 5-star king was still quite strenuous. He could only use it for defense and couldn't control its attack. As for the current situation, Meng Tai only needed to defend against the Black Tiger King's attack. In Meng Tai's opinion, the Dark Star sect's true enemy was the Black Tiger King. As long as he delayed the Black Tiger King, the Dayuan dynasty still had more than 60 kings, including a few 3-star kings. On the other hand, the Dark Star sect only had a dozen or so kings, and only one 3-star king. Once the battle started, the Dark Star sect would definitely be crushed. Under Meng Tai's order, the 60 kings all flew out of the flying ship. They all exploded with terrifying auras as they looked at the Dark Star sect's martial artists with cold smiles on their faces. The kings of the Dark Star sect also flew into the sky. The sect leader, Star Dragon King, fixed his gaze on Zhuo Yupeng. Looking at his son, there was no warmth on his face, only extreme killing intent. "Give me back Peng Er's life." Zhuo Yu angrily, "Zhuo Mu. King King, 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 King King, 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 and King, King. King. King King, King, King 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 King." 9 moves. Outside of King Xiao Mu's body, 9 indistinct shadows of black dragons instantly appeared. With a push of his palm, one of the black dragons rushed out and clawed at Zhuo Yupeng's head. King King, SS King, King, SSSSS King King, S, King. S King 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 King. S King 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 King, King 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 King. Wei Qingxian yelled, "Extreme Ice Seal." Wei Qingxian pushed her palms forward, and the air in front of her turned into cold mist. Ice crystals appeared in the air. The cold mist and ice crystals moved thousands of meters forward at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. More than half of the kings of the Great Yuan dynasty were within this range. Their bodies trembled, and they were instantly covered by ice crystals, turning into ice sculptures. Even the astral light attacks from the few 3-star kings were no exception, and they were all frozen by the ice crystals. The weaker 1-star kings were frozen by the ice crystals and fell from the sky. As for the 3-star kings, they rushed out of the ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling from the cold. Their eyes were filled with shock. Many kings of the Great Yuan dynasty also struggled out of the ice sculptures. However, they were stronger than the kings of the Great Yuan dynasty, and they paid a higher price. They were all pale, and they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Wei Qingxuan's move had dealt with more than half of the kings of the Great Yuan dynasty. She had also heavily injured more than 10 people. As for the remaining kings of the Great Yuan dynasty, they were still falling from the ice sculptures. It looked like they were in grave danger. Wei Qingxuan's cultivation was only at the first level of the Star Sea realm. A mere 1-star king had actually exploded with such terrifying strength. Whether it was the Dark Star sect or the Great Yuan dynasty's martial artists, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, greatly shocked. As for Yi Xing, who was watching from afar with his void-breaking god eyes, he had already expected this. The power of the sovereign bloodline in Wei Qingxuan's body was too strong. When used on any martial arts, the power would become extremely terrifying. That extreme ice seal was something that even the strongest kings of the 4 stars couldn't block. Wei Qingxuan's strength seemed to be even stronger than the Black Biao kings. The kings of the Great Yuan dynasty were all shocked by Wei Qingxuan's move. Fear rose in their hearts, and they didn't dare to fight anymore. They hurriedly retreated. Only Zhuo Yupeng didn't retreat. Facing King Xiao Mu's attack, he instantly counterattacked. Boom! Zhuo Yupeng's 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed at the black dragon's body. A claw aura instantly enlarged, and the black dragon's body was crushed by this claw. Then, the 5 fingers pressed down and rapidly shrunk, grabbing at King Xiao Mu's head. In the blink of an eye, Zhuo Yupeng's attack had caused King Xiao Mu to feel a fatal threat. Although the giant claw shrunk rapidly, its power didn't change. As it descended, the space below collapsed layer by layer. Before the claw arrived, King Xiao Mu already felt a terrifying pressure descend. It was as if the space had solidified, making it impossible for him to dodge. The claw's power was so terrifying that if it grabbed his head, it would definitely split open and he would die in one strike. Under the threat of death, King Xiao Mu's potential completely erupted. The astral energy within his body burned, and his aura instantly soared. He forcefully broke through the compressed space and rushed to the side. King Xiao Mu's strength was already at the peak of the 3 stars kings. At this moment, his strength was unleashed, and his desire to live almost caused him to erupt with the speed of a 4-stars king. However, compared to Zhuo Yupeng's claw, it was still a bit too slow. Prince Filial Wood's body was bent forward. He had barely passed his head when Prince Filial Wood's claw had already landed on his shoulder. Rip! King Xiaomu's entire arm was instantly ripped off by this claw. His body was heavily injured, and he fiercely fell to the ground. He was already vomiting blood in the air. Zhuo Yupeng's attack also shocked the Dark Star sect's martial artists. They never expected that Zhuo Yupeng, who was just a High Lord 2 years ago, would have such heaven-defying strength now. Chapter 826. Even Yi Xing, who had expected Zhuo Yupeng's strength, was surprised. Although Zhuo Yupeng did not kill King Xiaomu, the strength that Zhuo Yupeng displayed was not inferior to Wei Qingxian in Yi Xing's eyes. Although Wei Qingxian dealt with dozens of kings in one move and looked powerful, Wei Qingxuan's move was originally a wide-range attack. As for Zhuo Yupeng, Yi Xing could naturally see that the previous attack was just a casual one. He had not used his true strength yet. Originally, he thought that the strongest person in the Daiyuan dynasty was the Supreme King Meng Tai. Unexpectedly, the strongest person was Zhuo Yupeng. This made Yi Xing secretly glad that he had not been in a hurry to shoot the void-piercing arrow. This last void-piercing arrow should have been used to deal with Zhuo Yupeng. Zhuo Yupeng did not continue to pursue after severely injuring King Xiaomu. Instead, his gaze turned and fell on Wei Qingxian in the distance. The kings of the Daiyuan dynasty had all retreated. Only Zhuo Yupeng's aura was still soaring. Wei Qingxuan's gaze also looked at Zhuo Yupeng. You are the beauty that this body of mine can't forget. Not bad, you are indeed a peerless beauty. I really did not expect you to have such powerful strength. He he. Zhuo Yupeng laughed and said, this body of mine covets your beauty and wants to sleep with you. However, I am interested in the strength in your body and want to eat you. He. As he spoke, Zhuo Yupeng licked his lips and his voice became sharper and sharper. A mere 1-star king's body contains such powerful strength. Your bloodline must be heaven-defying. After eating you, I will definitely be able to recover to a higher level of cultivation and become the ruler of the star continent. At this moment, waves of black aura surged out from Zhuo Yupeng. His entire body was shrouded in black fog. The black fog spread out and was 1,000 feet in size. Its shape was like the head of an evil spirit. Together with Zhuo Yupeng's sharp voice, it was like a devil had descended. It was a terrifying feeling. The kings of the Great Yuan dynasty had never seen Zhuo Yupeng in such a state before. Looking at the black fog ghost in the sky, they all felt fear in their hearts. At this moment, the only one who could see Zhuo Yupeng's body clearly was Yi Xing, who was thousands of miles away. The black fog surrounding Zhuo Yupeng's body naturally could not block the Void-Breaker God Eye's vision. The current Zhuo Yupeng was completely different from his normal state. His skin was completely covered by a layer of black runes. Yi Xing could see that the black runes contained a powerful energy. Furthermore, it caused Zhuo Yupeng's body to become as tough as a profound armament. A third eye opened on Zhuo Yupeng's forehead. The eyeball was grayish-white, without any hint of life. Clearly, it wasn't a normal martial path heavenly eye, but a kind of eye technique. This was one of the eye techniques of the realm of death, the Eye of Death. As soon as Zhuo Yupeng opened Azura's eye, not only did his eyesight become much stronger, even his senses became sharper. He immediately sensed that someone was watching him. Under normal circumstances, Zhuo Yupeng would not suspect anything when he felt this gaze. However, he was now in the black fog, and ordinary warriors could not see him at all. Being watched at this time naturally aroused Zhuo Yupeng's vigilance. However, Zhuo Yupeng immediately felt relieved because a third eye opened in the center of Wei Qingxuan's forehead. The eyeball was constantly changing and rotating. Obviously, it was not a normal martial path heavenly eye, but a kind of eye technique, which penetrated the black fog and saw him. Thinking of this, Zhuo Yupeng naturally dispelled the doubts in his heart. Wei Qingxuan's eye technique was inherited from the bloodline memory. It was a god-level eye technique of the Holy Land Samsara Palace, the Samsara Divine Eye. Although the Samsara Divine Eye could not penetrate layers of hollow like the Void Breaker God Eyes, it could easily see through the black fog outside Zhuo Yupeng's body. Zhuo Yupeng had been possessed by the King of Death Spirit, so he was no longer a normal human being. Or rather, he was not a human being at all. Whether for justice or selfishness, Wei Qingxian wanted to kill Zhuo Yupeng. Go to hell. The Samsara Divine Eye locked onto Zhuo Yupeng's body. Wei Qingxian yelled and rushed over like a flash of light. At the same time, Wei Qingxian had already slapped out. A mist-like palm print moved faster than her body and slapped into the black fog in an instant. The mist-like palm print was extremely keen and cold. Wherever it passed, the void was frozen. Wei Qingxuan's previous palm print had spread the cold air over thousands of meters and attacked dozens of kings. Now, the amount of cold air was not reduced. Instead, it increased and condensed into only one palm print. One could imagine how terrifying this palm print was. 3-star kings could escape from the previous wide-range attacks. However, if they were hit by this palm print, they would definitely die. Even 4-star kings could not resist it. Hee hee. Zhuo Yupeng's laughter came out of the black fog. Although Wei Qingxuan's palm print was terrifying, Zhuo Yupeng did not take it seriously. He rushed toward the palm print. His body was his most powerful weapon. Bang! The mist-like palm print hit Zhuo Yupeng and immediately froze him. However, Zhuo Yupeng's body continued to shoot forward. The layer of ice outside his body crumbled. It can't freeze you? Wei Qingxuan's eyes were filled with surprise. Her expression immediately became serious. The Dark Star sect's martial artists were also nervous. Now, the Black Tiger King and Meng Tai were locked in a stalemate. Wei Qingxian had burst out with such terrifying strength. She had completely become the Dark Star sect's savior. They had all seen Zhuo Yupeng's strength. If Wei Qingxian was defeated, the Dark Star sect would have no way to survive. Therefore, this battle was the battle of the Dark Star sect's destiny. Seeing that Wei Qingxuan's cold air could not freeze Zhuo Yupeng, the Dark Star sect's martial artists became nervous. Little beauty, you are indeed powerful. However, it's a pity that you are still a little weaker than me. He. Zhuo Yupeng sneered. His 10 fingers suddenly lengthened and sharp claws grew out of his fingertips. They were like blades that shone with a cold light. Swoosh 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 swoosh, in the blink of an eye, Zhuo Yupeng rushed in front of Wei Qingxian. His hands formed into claws and clawed continuously. In the blink of an eye, countless claw prints had struck out. The claw prints tore the void apart and enveloped Wei Qingxian in all directions. Wei Qingxian pushed the bloodline power in her body to the limit. Her palms turned into fists. In an instant, streaks of icy fist energy attacked in all directions and collided with the claw prints. Although Wei Qingxuan's strength was powerful, she was still at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. Moreover, she cultivated the Dark Star Xian body and her physical body was not as strong as her opponent's. In less than 30 moves, she was at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged nearly 30 moves and it had only been 2 to 3 breaths of time. Seeing that her opponent's physical body was powerful, Wei Qingxian immediately gave up on close combat. She retreated quickly and shouted, "Light of Reincarnation." Chapter 827. Whoosh! A multicolored light shot out from Wei Qingxuan's Samsara Divine Eye. The Samsara Divine Eye was an offensive eye technique. Although it wasn't as powerful as the void-breaking Divine Eye, it was still an extremely powerful attack. The power of this samsara divine eye was terrifying. Even an ordinary 5-star king wouldn't be able to block it. In other words, if Meng Tai faced Wei Qingshuan's samsara divine eye, he might not be able to block it even with his dynasty dragon luck. The attack power of a 5-star king was more than enough to kill a 4-star king. The Black Tiger King's life would be in danger if he faced this samsara divine eye. However, Zhui Yupeng was clearly stronger than the Black Tiger King and Meng Tai. Wei Qingshuan's samsara divine eye didn't scare him away. Wei Qingxian retreated, but Zhui Yupeng chased after her like a shadow. At the same time, he shouted, "Death Ray!" Whoosh! Zhui Yupeng's eyes of death also shot out a ray of light. This was a pitch-black ray of light, but it contained a terrifying penetrative power. The moment the death ray appeared, the void in front of it was instantly pierced through. The death ray actually pierced through the void, directly passing through the samsara divine eye and appearing in front of Wei Qingxian in an instant. Puff! The death ray struck Wei Qingshuan's body. The profound grade inner armor was instantly pierced through like it was nothing. Although the death ray was only an extremely thin thread, its power was terrifying. The moment it pierced through Wei Qingshuan's body, it exploded and destroyed a large amount of flesh. A bowl-sized hole appeared in Wei Qingshuan's chest. The Dark Star sect's martial artists all cried out in alarm, their expressions changing. If it were a low-grade king body, such an injury wouldn't be fatal, but it would still cause great damage to their vitality. They would lose their ability to fight for a short period of time and be at the mercy of others. When the death ray struck Wei Qingxian, the samsara divine eye also struck Zhui Yupeng. At this instant, the dark runes on Zhui Yupeng's body emitted a resplendent light that collided with the light of reincarnation. Sparks flew in all directions, and Zhui Yupeng's body was sent flying by the terrifying power contained within the light of reincarnation. However, Zhui Yupeng only flew for 1,000 meters before stabilizing his body. At this time, the black fog outside his body was dispersed by the light of reincarnation, and his body was clearly visible to everyone. Zhui Yupeng patted his body and revealed a devilish smile. A very powerful attack. Unfortunately, it's still a little lacking. If you were a 2-star king, you would definitely be able to kill me. However, you aren't. Therefore, you can only become my storage item. Ha ha ha. While Zhui Yupeng was speaking, the wound on Wei Qingshuan's chest had already healed. Yi Xing's prediction was correct. Wei Qingxian had indeed constructed an immortal body. This bit of injury was nothing to her. However, Wei Qingshuan's expression was grim. Zhui Yupeng's physical body was too powerful. Her light of reincarnation could kill a 4-star king, and even a 5-star king would be severely injured. However, Zhui Yupeng had taken it head-on. As her trump card, the light of reincarnation could not be used multiple times. With her current cultivation, she could only use the light of reincarnation 3 times at most. Judging from Zhui Yupeng's physical defense, the chances of killing him after using the light of reincarnation 3 times were not high. In fact, it might even be difficult to severely injure him. Even Yi Xing's void-piercing arrow could reach the level of a 5-star king. However, even he did not have the confidence to kill Zhui Yupeng in one shot. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xing was not in a hurry to use the void-piercing arrow. There was only one void-piercing arrow. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill Zhui Yupeng in one shot. After watching the exchange between Wei Qingxian and Zhui Yupeng, Yi Xing had already found such an opportunity. He only needed to wait for the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Zhui Yupeng. Above Dark Star Island, the martial artists of the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty were watching from afar. There were only 4 people fighting in the air. The Black Biao King was fighting Meng Tai, while Wei Qingxian was fighting Zhui Yupeng. Meng Tai was in an invincible position with the dynasty's draconic luck protecting him. He took the initiative to counterattack the Black Biao King, causing the Black Biao King to be unable to pay attention to the battle between Wei Qingxian and Zhui Yupeng. After a short pause between Wei Qingxian and Zhuo Yupeng charged toward Wei Qingxian again. Ghost-rending soul-chasing claw. Before Zhuo Yupeng's body arrived, numerous claw marks attacked first. Wei Qingxian knew that she would not be able to gain any advantage in a head-on clash with Zhuo Yupeng. She could only retreat and use her reincarnation divine eye again. The dazzling light of reincarnation shot out with terrifying power towards Zhuo Yupeng. This is the moment. In the azure cloud mountain range, Yixing smiled faintly and shot out the void-piercing arrow in his hand. He. Zhuo Yupeng sneered and ignored the attack of the light of reincarnation. The death eye on his forehead blinked and shot out a death ray. The death ray did not collide with the light of reincarnation. It pierced through the void and shot toward Wei Qingxuan's body. Although the death ray was not as powerful as the light of reincarnation, its ability to pierce through the void was extremely difficult to deal with. Although Wei Qingxian had a supreme-grade imperial body and an immortal body, no one was willing to have a big hole in their body. Moreover, the immortal body also consumed vitality to heal injuries. Once the vitality was exhausted, the immortal body would become an ordinary body. Wei Qingxian immediately took out a green shield in front of her. It was a defensive dark weapon. Bang! The death ray hit the green shield and made a loud sound. However, it did not penetrate it in the end. The huge force sent Wei Qingxian and her shield flying thousands of meters away. The light of reincarnation hit Zhuo Yupeng's body at the same time as the death ray hit the green shield. However, Zhuo Yupeng sneered. He was very confident in his body's defense and was not afraid of the light of reincarnation. The black runes on Zhuo Yupeng's body shone brightly and collided with the light of reincarnation. Sparks flew in all directions. The light of reincarnation could not penetrate it and only sent Zhuo Yupeng flying. However, at this moment, the void in front of Zhuo Yupeng suddenly rippled like a stone thrown into a calm water surface. At the center of the ripples, a silver-white arrow shot out. The speed of the silver-white arrow was like a ray of light. It was more than 10 times faster than Zhuo Yupeng's retreating speed. As soon as it appeared, it had already crossed the void and shot toward Zhuo Yupeng's head. The black runes on Zhuo Yupeng's body had just defended against the light of reincarnation. It was the moment when his defense was at its weakest. The void-piercing arrow shot by Yixing had the offensive power of a peak 5-star king. It was much stronger than Wei Qingxuan's light of reincarnation. Most importantly, the arrow intent contained in the void-piercing arrow had an incomparably terrifying penetrating power. Therefore, the black runes on Zhuo Yupeng's body were instantly penetrated. The void-piercing arrow went through Zhuo Yupeng's forehead and came out from the back of his head. It pierced a fist-sized hole in Zhuo Yupeng's head and instantly destroyed the flesh and blood inside. Chapter 828. Wei Qingxuan's expression froze, shocked. The martial artists of the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty were also stunned. The silver-white arrow had appeared too suddenly. It had appeared out of nowhere, and its power was terrifying. Even Wei Qingxuan's light of samsara was unable to break through Zhuo Yupeng's defense. The silver-white arrow had actually pierced through Zhuo Yupeng's head. Zhuo Yupeng's body was affected by the power of the silver-white arrow, and he retreated even faster in the air as he let out an ear-piercing scream of pain. This scream did not come from Zhuo Yupeng's mouth. Instead, it came from a black shadow that rushed out of Zhuo Yupeng's head. The black shadow twisted, and its mouth was stretched longer than its body as it let out a painful scream. This was the Death Spirit King's soul. As a 7-star Death Spirit King, his soul would not be destroyed so easily. Yixing's silver-white arrow had the power of a peak 5-star king, but it still could not hurt the 7-star Death Spirit King's soul. However, the 7-star Death Spirit King's body had been possessed by Zhuo Yupeng, and his body was only a low-tier king body. When the flesh in his head was destroyed, it was naturally fatal. Therefore, his body died instantly. The seven-star Death Spirit King had possessed Shui Yupeng's body for 2 years, and his soul and body had already merged together. Although his soul had not been destroyed, he could still feel the pain of his body dying. The pain of death was so intense that even the seven-star Death Spirit King's soul had been damaged. The scream of the seven-star Death Spirit King's soul was ear-piercing, and it pierced through people's souls. Whether it was the martial artists of the Dark Star sect or the Great Yuan dynasty, they all felt a sharp pain in their minds. Some of the weaker venerables were even bleeding from their 7 orifices. Fortunately, the Dark Star sect had moved all the martial artists below the venerable realm into the Dark Star Palace. Otherwise, without the protection of the formation, they would have been killed by the seven-star Death Spirit King's soul howl. After one breath, the seven-star Death Spirit King stopped screaming and screamed, "Who did it? Who was the one who shot him in the dark?" When the seven-star Death Spirit King was still attached to his physical body, he was still afraid of the power of that silver-white arrow for the sake of his physical body's safety. However, at this moment, his physical body was already destroyed, and his soul was a mental body. Normal attacks would not be able to harm him at all. Even if the silver-white arrow's power reached the level of a peak 5-star king, he was still completely immune to it. Without a physical body, even though his soul wouldn't be able to survive for a long time, he could still find a new body to possess. Besides, before possessing a body, his soul was immune to many physical attacks. Therefore, the seven-star Death Spirit King wasn't afraid at all. The person who shot the arrow was thousands of miles away. Naturally, no one answered the seven-star Death Spirit King's question. No matter if it was the Dark Star sect's martial practitioners or the Great Yuan dynasty's martial practitioners, they all looked at each other. They did not know who had shot the silver-white arrow, nor did they know where it had come from. This was because the silver-white arrow had appeared out of nowhere without any warning. The Star Continent was only a low-level continent. The peak of martial arts was the Star Ocean realm. The arrow piercing through the void involved the attainment of the void-shattering realm. Normally, only true gods of archery could reach this level. Therefore, the martial artists of the Star Continent naturally didn't know about it. However, Wei Qingxuan's sovereign bloodline had awakened, and she had a lot of inherited memories. Therefore, she was much more knowledgeable than the martial artists of the Star Continent. As for the attainment of the void-shattering realm in archery, she naturally knew about it. True gods stood at the peak of martial arts in high-level continents. It was unlikely that they would come to a low-level continent like the Star Continent and help the Dark Star sect for no reason. Moreover, if it was a true god who shot the arrow, it wouldn't have just destroyed the physical body of the Death Spirit King. Therefore, the person who shot the arrow wasn't a true god of archery, but an arrow that contained the power of the void-shattering realm in his hand. Since this person helped the Dark Star sect, there must be a reason, and he should be related to the Dark Star sect. Being related to the Dark Star sect and an expert in archery, a figure flashed past Wei Qingxuan's mind. Yi Xing. Could it be that Yi Xing has returned? Wei Qingxian thought. She didn't believe that Yi Xing was dead, and was suspicious about the Supreme King Meng Tai killing Yi Xing. Within the Dark Star sect, the Black Biao King also didn't believe that Yi Xing was dead. At first, he had indeed believed it. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that if Meng Tai had killed Yi Xing, he would definitely have hung Yi Xing's corpse as a display of force to attack the Dark Star sect. However, the Black Biao King didn't know the level of the void-shattering realm in archery, so he naturally didn't think that it was Yi Xing who did it. Wei Qingxian thought that Yi Xing might have returned, and he might be near the Dark Star Island, so she immediately looked around. Although the Eye of Reincarnation wasn't as heaven-defying as the Divine Eye of Void-Shattering Realm, just the first layer was enough to see over 1,000,000 miles. Yi Xing was thousands of miles away, so Wei Qingxian naturally couldn't see Yi Xing. However, before she could search a large area, the soul of the seven-star Death Spirit King rushed towards her. The 7-star Death Spirit King screamed, "No matter who shot the arrow, they dared to destroy my body, so I'll find a better one." Thousands of miles away, in the Blue Cloud Mountain Range, Yixing was shocked. If the 7-star Death Spirit King possessed Wei Qingxian, it would be very bad. However, Yixing's heart was nervous for a moment, but he calmed down again. Supremes were legendary existences in the Dark Star continent, and Wei Qingxian was the daughter of a Supremes. Since the reincarnation Supremes had left the Supremes' bloodline in Wei Qingxuan's body, he must have other means of protection. It was unlikely that the soul of a Death Spirit King would possess his daughter. Before the 7-star Death Spirit King reached Wei Qingxian, Wei Qingxuan's gaze turned to him. Light of reincarnation. Wei Qingxian shouted, and a dazzling colorful light suddenly bloomed in the divine eye of reincarnation. The 7-star Death Spirit King's speed was fast enough, but the light of reincarnation was even faster. With a flash of light, it shot the soul of the 7-star Death Spirit King. Relying on his soul, the 7-star Death Spirit King obviously didn't take Wei Qingxuan's pupil technique seriously. Therefore, he didn't dodge, thinking that the attack would have no effect on him. However, when the light of reincarnation came into contact with his soul, the 7-star Death Spirit King immediately let out an extremely shrill howl. The divine eye of reincarnation was the pupil technique created by the reincarnation Supremes. It contained the origin of heaven and earth. The attack of the light of reincarnation was not an ordinary attack. It could even kill a soul. The soul of the 7-star Death Spirit King trembled violently and shrank in an instant. Then, he quickly retreated while howling, full of fear for Wei Qingxian. Chapter 829. The light of reincarnation was extremely harmful to souls. Just one attack had caused the 7-star Death Spirit King to suffer. And this was because Wei Qingxuan's cultivation was not high enough. If she could raise her cultivation by 2 more levels, the light of reincarnation would be even more terrifying. One light of reincarnation would be enough to instantly kill the 7-star Death Spirit King. After being attacked by Wei Qingxuan's light of reincarnation, the 7-star Death Spirit King naturally fled in the opposite direction, which happened to be where the Dayuan dynasty martial artists were. Seeing the 7-star Death Spirit King flee, the Dark Star sect martial artists were overjoyed and cheered. On the other hand, the Dayuan dynasty martial artists were shocked. When they saw the 7-star Death Spirit King charging towards them, their faces were filled with fear. The 7-star Death Spirit King charged straight towards a 1-star king. Don't come over." The 1-star king's expression instantly turned into fear. The 7-star Death Spirit King was charging towards him, obviously wanting to possess his body. The 1-star king quickly retreated and waved his dark weapon sword at the 7-star Death Spirit King. Unfortunately, his attack was completely useless against the 7-star Death Spirit King's spiritual body. The 7-star Death Spirit King's speed was much faster than his and instantly charged into his mind. When the kings beside him saw the 7-star Death Spirit King charging over, they all ran to the side in fear. No one dared to stop him. After all, the 7-star Death Spirit King could possess anyone's body at this moment, so no one dared to provoke him. "King Wugu, don't touch the disciples of the Meng family." In the distance, Meng Tai roared. He had used the dynasty's draconic luck to protect himself, so the Black Tiger King could not stop him. King Wugu was the real name of the 7-star Death Spirit King. The Dark Star sect had already spread the news that Zhui Yupeng had been possessed by the Death Spirit King. This was not a secret. Meng Tai had worked together with Zhui Yupeng, so he naturally knew that Zhui Yupeng was the World of Death's King Wugu. The two of them had an agreement. King Wugu would lead the men of the Great Yuan dynasty to the Dark Star Island and destroy the Dark Star sect. As for the martial artists of the Dark Star sect, they would all belong to King Wugu so that he could devour their flesh and blood to strengthen his cultivation. Of course, King Dark Crow didn't tell Meng Tai that he was a 7-star Death Spirit King. Instead, he lied to Meng Tai that he was only a 3-star Death Spirit King. Otherwise, Meng Tai wouldn't have agreed to let King Dark Star Church's martial artists devour. In the past 2 years, in order to quickly recover his cultivation, King Wu Gu had slaughtered countless warriors in the Star Continent. He had even destroyed a few 2-star empires. Meng Tai knew about this, but he had only made an agreement with King Wu Gu that he was not allowed to harm the warriors of the factions directly under the Great Yuan dynasty, especially the warriors of the Meng royal family. And now, the 1-star king that King Wu Gu had possessed was a member of the Meng royal family. Furthermore, he was a genius king of the Meng royal clan, and Meng Tai's nephew. His name was Meng Yuanlai. Although Meng Yuanlia's talent wasn't as good as Meng Yuancheng's, he wasn't much inferior. Meng Tai's genius son had died at the hands of Yixing, so he had been grooming Meng Yuanlai as his future successor. Meng Yuanlai was already at the peak of the first-level Star Sea realm and wasn't far from breaking through to the 2-star Monarch realm. Naturally, he was valued by Meng Tai. Meng Tai hadn't expected that King Wu Gu would possess Meng Yuanlai. Zhuo Yupeng's talent was even higher than Meng Yuancheng's, so King Wu Gu was rather satisfied. He had joined forces with Meng Tai to destroy the Dark Star Church for the flesh and blood of the Dark Star Church's martial artists. However, King Wu Gu's physical body had been destroyed, and even his soul had suffered great damage. How could he still care about his agreement with Meng Tai? Originally, King Wu Gu had wanted to possess Wei Qingxian, but he had been scared out of his wits by the light of samsara. He could only settle for the next best thing, which was to find a random warrior of the Great Yuan dynasty to possess. Naturally, he had taken a fancy to Meng Yuanlai. Even though King Wu Gu's soul had suffered great damage, his willpower wasn't something a 1-star monarch realm could compare to. King Wu Gu rushed into Meng Yuanlia's body, and Meng Yuanlai struggled violently. In just a few seconds, his eyes were already glowing red. Meng Yuanlai had already been possessed and no longer existed. There was only King Wu Gu left. Whoosh! Black gas gushed out of King Wu Gu's body and he executed an extremely fast escape technique. Like a black light, he instantly streaked across the sky and escaped far away. Meng Tai looked at King Wu Gu, who had escaped far away, and shouted angrily, "King Wu Gu, I'm going to kill you." Ha ha ha. Meng Tai, you'd better save your own life first. King Wu Gu's voice came from afar. His voice went from loud to soft, which showed how fast he was. Meng Tai, where are you going? King He Biao shouted as he chased after Meng Tai. He executed the 9 moves of the Black Dragon, and 2 Black Dragons instantly charged at Meng Tai. Although Meng Tai was furious, his heart could not help but tremble when he heard King Wu Gu's words. King Wu Gu's strength was stronger than Meng Tai's. Even so, King Wu Gu's physical body was destroyed, and his soul was damaged. He had to escape in a sorry state. King He Biao was already difficult enough for Meng Tai. Now, there was Wei Qingxian and an expert who was secretly attacking him. Meng Tai's heart was drenched in cold sweat when he thought about it. Everyone, get on the ship and retreat. Meng Tai used the dynasty's dragon luck to block King He Biao's attack as he shouted. Although Meng Tai could not use the dynasty's dragon luck to attack, his defense was already very strong. Any attack below the level of a 5-star king would not be able to shake the defense of the dragon luck at all. King He Biao's 9 moves of the Black Dragon naturally could not shake it. Seeing Meng Tai give the order to retreat, the Daiyuan dynasty martial artists heaved a sigh of relief and flew toward the high-grade Mystic-class ship. At this moment, the Dark Star sect would not let go of the opportunity to beat up the Daiyuan dynasty. All the kings and sovereigns flew into the sky and attacked the ship. Wei Qingxian rushed to the front and struck out with her palm. It was a palm formed by white mist and cold air. Wherever it passed, the void froze. The cold air palm landed on the azure dragon formed by the dynasty's dragon luck, causing the azure dragon to tremble slightly. Half of its body was covered in a layer of white frost. Although the azure dragon trembled and shattered the frost in an instant and was not injured, it could be seen that Wei Qingxian already had the strength to shake the dynasty's dragon luck. If she used the light of reincarnation, she could even penetrate the dynasty's dragon luck protection. Unfortunately, Wei Qingxian had already used the light of reincarnation 3 times. Before the power of the divine eye of reincarnation recovered, she would not be able to use it again. The dynasty's dragon luck surrounded the ship and blocked the attacks from all directions. Soon, all the Dayuan dynasty martial artists boarded the ship. Meng Tai controlled the ship and turned it into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Soon, it disappeared from sight. A small area of the Dark Star Island was in a mess. The formations and restrictions outside the island were all destroyed. However, there were no casualties among the Dark Star sect martial artists. Seeing the Dayuan dynasty fleeing in a sorry state, the Dark Star Island immediately erupted with cheers. As for Wei Qingxian, she continued to use the divine eye of reincarnation to search the surroundings. She had a strong premonition that Yixing must have returned. Chapter 830. Wei Qingxuan's search range expanded from 1,000 miles to 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles. However, Wei Qingxian did not discover Yixing's figure from beginning to end. As Wei Qingxuan's search range expanded, the expectation on her face gradually disappeared, and she became more and more disappointed. She began to wonder if her premonition was wrong. In the Blue Cloud Mountains, Yixing used his god eyes to search for the King of Death Spirit and found that the King of Death Spirit was heading north. When Yixing's gaze returned to the Dark Star Island, Meng Tai had already escaped with the warriors of the Dayuan dynasty. Yixing saw Wei Qingxian using her eye technique to search the surroundings. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Seeing Wei Qingxuan's actions, Yixing reacted. Wei Qingxian had probably guessed that he was the one who shot the arrows and was looking for him. Yixing controlled his god eyes and locked onto Wei Qingxuan's eyes. Wei Qingxian immediately sensed that there was a pair of eyes staring at her. Her senses were the most sensitive when it came to eye contact. Yixing. Is that you? Wei Qingxian was delighted. She looked in the direction of the gaze and asked softly. Not long after, Wei Qingxian sensed that the gaze that was watching her had left. Yixing could not give Wei Qingxian an answer. He looked away and soon found the King of Death Spirit. Meng Tai was the supreme king of the Dayuan dynasty. He could run away, but his temple could not. After being defeated in the Dark Star Island, he would definitely return to the capital of the Dayuan dynasty. Yixing naturally did not care about Meng Tai's whereabouts. The King of Death Spirit was a threat to the safety of the entire star continent. Yixing did not know where his nest was, so he naturally had to follow him. Otherwise, if the Lord of Death Spirit had hidden himself, Yixing would not have been able to find him even with his void-breaking god eyes. After all, the star continent was too vast. The Death Spirit King first headed north and then turned west. The Dark Star Island was very close to the East Divine Continent. The Death Spirit King arrived at a middle-rank empire in the East Divine Continent and used the teleportation array to reach the Divine Continent Mountain. Then, he used the Class 5 teleportation array to reach the extreme north of the North Tranquil Continent. Yixing saw the scale of the array that King of Death's soul had adjusted, so he naturally knew where he was teleported to. Finally, King of Death's soul went all the way north to the edge of the Sea of Dark Prison and entered a mountain by the sea. Inside the mountain, there was an ancient tomb. The Death Spirit King had sealed the entrance and was sleeping in a coffin. The Death Spirit King's soul had been attacked by the reincarnation light, and he was severely injured. Apparently, he needed to rest and recover. It seemed that he would stay in the ancient tomb for a while. Seeing that the Death Spirit King was not moving, Yixing retracted his gaze and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. In case something went wrong and this scourge escaped from his surveillance, Yixing decided to set off for the North Tranquil Continent and kill the Death Spirit King. After all, Yixing needed to use his void-breaking god eyes, and he could not keep it up all the time. Even if Yixing could use it all the time, he couldn't watch the King of Death in spirit all the time. If the King of Death in spirit left the ancient tomb without being monitored, it would be very difficult to find him again. Yixing raised his left hand, and the blue cloud wings appeared in his palm. Then, he raised his right hand, and the star fire seed appeared. In the heavenly Bao Hall, Yixing had obtained 20 treasures from the stone cabinets. After handing over 10 of them to the Dark Star Temple, he still had 10 treasures from the stone cabinets. Among them, there were materials to upgrade the blue cloud wings. However, because the power of the star fire seed was not enough, it could not be integrated into the blue cloud wings. While moving in the space crack, Yixing's star fire seed had absorbed enough flame energy, and its grade had a qualitative breakthrough. It was more than enough to refine these materials. Among the treasures obtained in the heavenly Bao Hall, the worst was the black level top grade. Yixing took out a large piece of black level top grade black gold and spent 4 hours refining it into the blue cloud wings. After absorbing the black level top grade black gold, the blue cloud wings evolved and upgraded to the black level top grade. Yixing kept the blue cloud wings and used his void-breaking god eyes to look at the location of the Death Spirit King. The Death Spirit King was still sleeping in the coffin. Retracting his gaze, the blue cloud wings appeared on his back and turned into a pair of huge wings. Whoosh! Yixing soared into the sky and traveled more than 100 miles in the blink of an eye. With the black level top grade blue cloud wings, Yixing's flying speed was comparable to the Arrow Essence body shuttling through the void. In just half a day, Yixing flew more than 1,000,000 miles and came to the capital of the Qingyu Empire. On the way, Yixing passed by the barbaric mountains and looked at the falling star sect from afar. In the past 2 years, the star continent had not been peaceful, but the barbaric mountains were uninhabited, so the disturbance did not spread here. Yixing had moved the falling star sect here, which was obviously a wise move. As business was more important, Yixing did not enter the falling star sect. Instead, he went to the nearest middle-grade empire, the Tianlang Empire, through the transmission formation in the capital of the Qingyu Empire. After another half a day, Yixing arrived at the capital of the Tianlang Empire and went to the Divine Continent Mountain through the transmission formation. Then, through the transmission formation in the Divine Continent Mountain, he went to the extreme north of the North Mountain Continent. In the extreme north, Yixing was close to the place where the King of Death's soul was hiding. More than 2 hours later, he arrived outside the mountain where the King of Death's soul was hiding. Boom! The entrance of the ancient tomb that the King of Death's soul had sealed was blasted open by Yixing, and the whole mountain was shaking and collapsing. In the ancient tomb, the King of Death's soul jumped out of the coffin. Then, he broke through the soil and stones in front of him and rushed out like an arrow. Who is courting death? The King of Death's soul rushed out of the mountain and shouted. Just then, the King of Death's soul saw Yixing standing in the void, and his expression suddenly changed into surprise. Why are you here? The King of Death's soul looked as if he had seen a ghost and said in surprise, "Didn't Meng Tai say that he would kill you? You are not dead?" Yixing chuckled and said, "Thanks to you, I am not dead." The King of Death's soul couldn't see through Yixing's cultivation base. However, 2 years ago, Yixing was only a 7-star reverend. In the King of Death's soul's eyes, the current Yixing was at most a 9-star reverend, and the body that he had possessed was a 1-star king. Therefore, he was naturally not afraid of Yixing. After the King of Death's soul recovered from his surprise, he chuckled and said, "Meng Tai, that trash, can't even kill an astral-reaching reverend. What a good-for-nothing. But, it's fine. I can kill you myself." The King of Death's soul was quite resentful of Yixing. He originally wanted Yixing's body, but because of the black hole constellation, not only did he fail to possess Yixing's body, but his soul was also almost devoured by Yixing. Since he couldn't get this perfect body, he naturally had to destroy it. Yixing looked at the King of Death Spirit disdainfully and said, "Meng Tai is indeed a good-for-nothing, but you're an idiot. You're even worse than Meng Tai. Apparently, you didn't learn a lesson from the arrow that destroyed your body yesterday." The King of Death Soul's expression changed drastically, and he said in shock, "How is this possible? You are the one who shot that arrow?" Chapter 831. Yixing raised his hand, took out the red flame bow, and said, "You don't believe me? Then I'll do it again." Using the Dark Wind Fire Arrow spell, a black flame arrow was formed in the blink of an eye and locked onto the King of Death Soul. Feeling a strong penetrating aura, the King of Death Spirit believed that the person who destroyed his body with an arrow yesterday was Yixing. However, the King of Death Soul was still shocked, and he said, "Yesterday, the arrow suddenly shot out of the void without any warning. How did you do it? And since you were on Dark Star Island yesterday, why didn't you continue to attack me? Instead, you chased me all the way to the extreme north of the North Netherworld continent?" The King of Death Soul was very confused and wanted to figure it out. As for Yixing's ability to destroy his body, he was not afraid. After all, he was not a human warrior, but a dead soul. As long as his soul was not destroyed, he could continue to possess other people's bodies. As a 7-star King of Death Soul, his soul was very powerful. On the Star Continent, except for Wei Qingxuan's Light of Reincarnation, he did not care about any other warrior's attack. Whoosh! The black flame arrow suddenly shot out of the bow toward the King of Death Soul. Although he did not use astrology, this arrow contained arrow intent, 3 kinds of true meaning of Tao, and the embryonic form of arrow Tao, which was enough to threaten a 5-star king. Meng Yuanlai, who was possessed by the King of Death Soul, was only a 1-star king. In front of Yixing's arrow, he could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, the arrow pierced through the King of Death Soul's head, killing him instantly. As Yixing shot the arrow, he said, "You won't understand even if I explain it to you. Why bother asking? You only need to know that I destroyed your body yesterday, and I'm here to kill you today. That's enough." The King of Death Soul experienced the pain of the death of his body again. Although he had only possessed this body for a day and the pain was not as great as the pain of Zhui Yupeng's death yesterday, the pain of death was not pleasant. The King of Death Soul's soul rushed out of Meng Yuanlia's body and turned into a black skull, letting out a shrill howl. "Yixing!" The Lord of Death Spirit roared angrily, "So what if you destroyed my body? What can you do to this king's soul? Since you destroyed one of my bodies, I'll take over another one. Let's see how many you can kill." Yixing looked at the soul of the King of Death Spirit with cold light in his eyes and said, "Who says I can't do anything to your soul? You've caused enough trouble in the Star Continent. Today is the day you die." Yixing's tone made the Lord of Death Spirit tremble. If someone had said that they could kill him yesterday, the King of Death Spirit would never have believed it and would have only snorted at it. However, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Wei Qingxian yesterday, and he still had lingering fears. Now, Yixing's tone made him feel threatened and instinctively fearful. His rationality told him that he should run away immediately. Otherwise, he might really fall in this beautiful world of living beings. Whoosh! The King of Death Spirit immediately turned into a black light and rushed toward the Sea of Dark Prison. The Sea of Dark Prison was a forbidden area for human kings. The King of Death Spirit was just a soul, so he was not affected by the chaotic space of the Sea of Dark Prison. Therefore, as long as he escaped into the Sea of Dark Prison, he would be safe. "You can't escape!" Yixing shouted coldly, and the blue cloud wings appeared on his back instantly. Yixing had finished speaking in a flash. But as soon as he finished speaking, he had already flown more than 100 miles in the sky, blocking the King of Death Spirit and the Sea of Dark Prison. The King of Death Spirit was shocked. Yixing's cultivation had been exposed. He was only a one-star king, but he could move so fast. The king of death spirit wanted to change his direction, but he had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, the king of death spirit had rushed to Yixing. At this moment, the king of death spirit was only dozens of miles away from the Sea of Dark prison. He only needed one breath's time to rush into the Sea of Dark prison. Since he had already rushed to Yixing, and it was too late to change his direction, the king of death spirit made up his mind. Instead of slowing down, he increased his speed and rushed over directly. Anyway, he was just a soul now. Even if Yixing and Wei Qingxian could injure him, it was impossible for them to kill him in one breath's time. Facing the king of death spirit, Yixing stretched out his hand, and the star fire seed instantly appeared in his palm. It was only the size of a fist. The color of the flame was extremely pale, which was very different from normal flames. However, the temperature it contained was not something normal flames could compare with. In a flash, Yixing's palm hit the king of death spirit, and the star fire seed and the king of death spirit's soul came into contact. Although the star fire seed was only the size of a fist, its power was too terrifying. It was the only power that Yixing had that could injure a high-level king. The king of death spirit's soul did not pass through Yixing's body. Instead, he instantly howled miserably. His empty soul was blocked by the star fire seed. Fire seed? You have a level 5 fire seed? The king of death spirit screamed after howling, and his voice was full of fear. After saying this, the king of death spirit began to howl miserably again. When the star fire seed touched the king of death spirit, the flame spread directly on his soul, and in the blink of an eye, the whole skull was engulfed. Ah! The king of death spirit screamed miserably. His mouth was open, and his whole body was twisting. It could be seen how painful he was at this moment. Yesterday, the king of death spirit was attacked by Wei Qingxuan's light of reincarnation. Although he also howled miserably, he was still able to control his body and escape immediately. But now, the king of death spirit could only howl miserably and struggle. The severe pain made him unable to control his body to move. This was a dying struggle. In just one breath, the flame burned from the outside to the inside of the skull. The eyes, nostrils, and mouth of the skull were all emitting pale flames. The king of death spirit screamed even more miserably. The degree of the skull's distortion became smaller and smaller, and the empty body gradually collapsed and was destroyed. He was on the verge of death. Before the king of death spirit died, he used the last of his strength to shout, "Yixing! What's the use of killing me? The space crack in the depths of the Sea of Dark prison is getting bigger and bigger. In a few years, it will expand to the extent that a level 5 king of death spirit can pass through. You can kill me now, but at that time, thousands of kings of death spirit will come to the star continent. How many of them can you kill? At that time, there will be kings of death spirit who are as powerful as me. They will not only be souls, but also real 7-star kings of death spirit. Ha ha ha. All the humans on the star continent will die. Yixing, you are no exception. You will be sucked dry by the king of death spirit, and you will die without a whole body. Ha ha ha, you will die without a whole body. Chapter 832. At the moment of death, the king of death in soul went completely crazy. He no longer screamed, but laughed and shouted crazily. He didn't calm down until he was burned to ashes by the star fire seed. There was nothing in front of him. Even his soul had been burned to ashes. Naturally, nothing was left. The star fire seed returned to Yixing's palm. Yixing looked at the star fire seed with surprise in his eyes. Although he was sure that the star fire seed could hurt the soul, he didn't expect it to be so effective. It was simply the nemesis of the soul. Everything was divided into yin and yang, and the world was divided into life and death. The world of life was the yang world, and the world of death was the yin world. As a creature of the yin world, the dead spirit had extremely strong yin qi. Compared with the body, the soul was the yin of the yin. Only the extreme yang could restrain it. If it were an ordinary flame, the damage to the soul would be normal. However, the star fire seed was the essence of the flame, the yang of the yang. Naturally, it could restrain the soul of the king of death and soul. Flames and thunderbolts both had strong yang qi and less yin qi. The star fire seed in flames could restrain the soul, so could the thunder essence in thunderbolts. Except for the star fire seed and the thunder essence, there were very few attacks that could cause great damage to the soul. Even the reincarnation light created by the reincarnation sovereign, which contained many kinds of power and could destroy the soul, was less effective than the star fire seed and the thunder essence. Therefore, Wei Qingxian could only hurt the soul of the king of death and soul with the reincarnation light, but Yixing could easily kill him with the star fire seed. After killing the king of death and soul, Yixing didn't look happy. Instead, he looked a little serious. Although the king of death and soul's roar was crazy, it was not necessarily false. At the thought of thousands of kings of death and soul invading the star continent, Yixing's scalp tingled. 100,000 years ago, the star continent was invaded by the king of death and soul. All the human beings on the star continent were slaughtered, and there were only a few left. The whole star continent became a paradise for the dead spirits. In the end, a true god powerhouse descended and exterminated the dead spirits of the star continent. Only after an extremely long period of time did the human race recover their vitality and develop once again. That was a tragic event in human history. As long as I, Yixing, am here, I can't let the undead occupy the star continent. I must find a way to stop it. Yixing thought to himself as he clenched his fists. The star continent was his starting point in the world of martial arts. In the first few years, he had always regarded his hometown as Earth. Now, if someone asked him where his hometown was, he would say it was the star continent. His friends, the important people in his life, were all here. With his strength, he could easily travel to the Starry Crescent Land through the passage between the Starry Crescent Land, but the others could not. To travel from the Star Continent to the Starry Crescent Continent, one would need to be at least a 4-star King Realm warrior. Other than him, only Wei Qingxian and the Black Tiger King had such strength. If Yixing left, the Dark Star Society and the Falling Star sect would definitely be breached by the dead spirits. Everyone he knew would become food for the dead spirits. Therefore, Yixing would not leave just like that. He had to stay and solve the problem. If it was just an ordinary undead spirit king, it would not be a problem. With my strength and Qingshuan's help, killing a 6-star undead spirit king would not be a problem. However, there will be a 7-star undead spirit king, which is equivalent to a high-level king realm warrior. Yixing thought. Although the star fire seed had the power to kill a high-level king realm warrior, Yixing did not think that he would be a match for a high-level king realm warrior. A 7-star undead spirit king was even more terrifying than a 7-star king realm warrior. This was because the bodies of undead spirits were different from martial artists. Their bodies were extremely sturdy, and they did not have flesh. They did not know pain. Only by destroying or digging out the corpse jade at the heart could one kill them. A undead spirit king was even harder to kill than a normal undead creature. This was because a normal undead creature's spirit would be destroyed as soon as its body died. However, a undead spirit king's spirit was extremely powerful, and it had already formed a soul body. Even if its body died, its spirit could still be possessed. This alone was a disaster for martial artists. To deal with a 7-star undead spirit king, I have to raise my cultivation to a higher realm. Yixing thought, and then he thought of the fallen star secret realm. He had already become a king realm warrior, and could go to the fallen star secret realm to complete the king realm trial. At that time, he would be able to obtain the entire star palace, and all the treasures inside would belong to him. There are many treasures in the Fallen Star secret realm, and they might be able to help me become a 2-star king realm warrior quickly. However, before going there, I have to destroy the Great Yuan dynasty first. Since he was not in the Star Continent, Yixing could temporarily put aside all the grudges in the Star Continent. However, after returning to the Star Continent, the grudges of the past were still vivid in his mind. As long as Meng Tai was not dead, Yixing's mind would not be at ease. He had to get rid of Meng Tai as soon as possible so that he could cultivate in peace. With Yixing's current strength, it was more than enough to destroy the Great Yuan dynasty. Tianjing City, the capital of the Great Yuan dynasty. The teleportation palace in Tianjing City was connected to all the major forces in the Star Continent. One of the teleportation arrays shone brightly, and Yixing walked out from it. This was Yixing's first time in Tianjing City. When Yixing walked out of the teleportation array, a 6-star venerate walked over and asked, "Who are you? Why have you come to Tianjing City?" Tianjing City was the capital of the Great Yuan dynasty, the center of the dynasty. Naturally, it was very strict about checking the identities of cultivators. Naturally, Yixing did not need to fabricate another identity, nor did he need to hide his purpose. With his strength, he wanted to enter the palace openly and kill Meng Tai. Yixing said, "I am Yixing from the Dark Star Church. I have come to Tianjing City to destroy the Great Yuan dynasty and kill Meng Tai." Yixing's words were spoken openly, without any intention of hiding anything. Not only did the 6-star venerate in front of him hear it, but the nearby cultivators also heard it. Destroy the Great Yuan dynasty and kill Meng Tai. These words were like a sudden clap of thunder in the ears of all the cultivators. This was the capital of the Great Yuan dynasty, Tianjing City. Unexpectedly, someone dared to say such disgraceful words. Everyone who heard it was horrified. Shua, the cultivators around Yixing hurriedly distanced themselves from Yixing as if they were avoiding a ghost. The 6-star venerate in front of Yixing was shocked and furious. He shouted, "Guards, traitor of the Dark Star Church." As he spoke, he stretched out his palm, and a huge astral hand reached out to grab Yixing. Scram! Yixing snorted and waved his hand. A surge of vigorous energy instantly dispersed the astral palm like an avalanche. At the same time, the 6-star venerate flew backward. He had already said that he was here to destroy the Great Yuan dynasty and kill Meng Tai. This 6-star venerate actually dared to attack him. He was extremely stupid. Where is the traitor of the Dark Star Church? How dare you come to Tianjing City? You are courting death. There were many cultivators guarding the teleportation hall. When they heard the 6-star venerates shout, they all rushed over. Among them, most of them were beginner and intermediate venerates. There was also a small portion of them who were advanced astral realm venerates. However, when they arrived, Yixing had already disappeared. Chapter 833. Flying was forbidden in Tianjing City. Only those with a flight order could fly in the sky above Tianjing City. At this moment, Yixing was walking in the air, heading towards the inner palace. Tianjing City was extremely large, with a radius of 10,000 miles. Only the inner palace was where the Meng royal family lived, and it was also the core of the dynasty. Martial artists were still able to freely enter and exit Tianjing City. However, entering the inner city was much stricter. Even Yixing couldn't directly enter. This was because the entire inner city was constantly protected by a powerful array formation. The Great Yuan dynasty had been established for 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, countless level 5 formation masters had set up formations in the inner palace. There were many members of the Meng royal family, and the inner city was not small, with a radius of 3,000 miles. Within this 3,000 miles, there were countless formations. For a king, every step was a formation. The martial artists guarding the teleportation hall did not stop Yixing, so they naturally reported the news. After many rounds of reports, the news quickly reached Meng Tai. Imperial Palace Main Hall. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, sat high on the throne. In the hall below, many people were gathered. They were all heroes of the current era. Meng Tai led the Great Yuan dynasty into the army of kings and sovereigns to attack Dark Star Island, but in the end, they fled pathetically and returned in defeat. After returning to the capital, after a short rest, they naturally gathered the experts to discuss how to deal with the Dark Star sect. The experts believed that the Great Yuan dynasty should use their advantage, relying on the formations and formations that Tianjin City had accumulated for 10,000 years, and the dynasty's dragon luck, to defend with all their might. However, this way, the Great Yuan dynasty's power would be limited to Tianjin City, and they would not be able to control the Star Continent. The Dark Star sect would definitely rise and take in all the other factions. Meng Tai was not very willing to defend. As a 4-star king, one of the few powerful kings in the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Tai did not want to see the Great Yuan dynasty lose control of the Star Continent. However, the Dark Star sect had produced Wei Qingxian, whose strength was heaven-defying. Even if he used the dynasty's dragon luck, it would be difficult for him to be a match for Wei Qingxian outside of Tianjin City. Other than defending, there seemed to be no other way. When Meng Tai was caught between a rock and a hard place, he received news that Yixing had come to destroy Dayuan and kill Meng Tai. He was angry because of the content of the news, but he was shocked because the person who came was actually Yixing? How could it be Yixing? Meng Tai was too shocked. Although he wasn't able to kill Yixing in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range 2 years ago, he had personally seen Yixing shatter space and leave. From then on, there was no news about Yixing in the Star Continent. As the Supreme King of the Great Yuan dynasty, the ancestors of the Meng clan had once used a spatial passageway to head to other continents. Meng Tai naturally knew that other than the Starry Sky Continent, there were other Starry Sky continents. Therefore, Meng Tai could vaguely guess that Yixing must have left this space and the Star Continent. In history, there weren't many people who had left the Star Continent. They were all peak 4-star kings. After they left the Star Continent, there was no news about them anymore. No one knew if they were alive or dead. None of them had returned to the Star Continent. Meng Tai believed that Yixing wouldn't return to the Star Continent. If he didn't return, he would have nothing to do with the Star Continent. It was no different from death. Therefore, it wasn't unreasonable for Meng Tai to tell others that Yixing was dead. Now that he received news that Yixing had returned to the Star Continent and had even come to Tianjin City, saying that he wanted to destroy Dayuan and kill Meng Tai, how could Meng Tai not be shocked and furious? Your Majesty! Yixing, he's still alive. This traitor actually didn't die and even dared to come to Tianjin City. This is really treacherous. Below, some of the experts had also received the news. Instantly, it was as if a nest had exploded. Meng Tai stood up from the throne. His eyes were fierce as he shouted, "This traitor, he was lucky to escape last time. Today, he actually dares to come to Tianjin City. He's like a sheep in a tiger's den, seeking his own death. Everyone, follow me and kill this traitor. He's seeking his own death. Kill this traitor." Due to the defeat at Dark Star Island, the experts in the hall were all furious. Now that someone had come to Tianjin City, it was their home ground. Victory was within their grasp, and they were all very excited. However, there was one person who had a worried look on his face. Although this person wasn't a king, he had a status that wasn't inferior to a king in the Dayuan dynasty. He was the imperial tutor Si Kongyan. When Yixing had first arrived at the Star Continent, it was Si Kongyan who had observed the night sky and determined that he would be the demon star in troubled times. According to Si Kongyan's divination, the demon star in troubled times had the possibility of destroying the foundation of the Dayuan dynasty in 10 years. Calculating the time, it was already the 9th year since the descent of the demon star. Si Kongyan had a very ominous premonition in his heart. If the Dayuan dynasty is really about to collapse, what can we do now? It's useless to inform His Majesty. It's better to act according to the circumstances and pray for the best. Si Kongyan thought to himself as he suppressed the thought of reporting to the Supreme King, Meng Tai. At this moment, Meng Tai was still angry because of the defeat at Dark Star Island. Yixing had even killed the crown prince, Meng Yuansheng, and was a thorn in Meng Tai's flesh. Now that Yixing had come, if Si Kongyan said, "Your Majesty, the Dayuan dynasty is destined to be destroyed by Yixing today. Don't resist anymore and run for your life," Meng Tai would probably beat Si Kongyan to death in a fit of anger. Yixing's flying speed was extremely fast. By the time Meng Tai received the news, he had already arrived outside the palace. Along the way, some of the guards wanted to intercept Yixing. However, these guards were all astral-reaching realm venerables. How could they compare to Yixing's speed? Naturally, they could only watch and sigh. It was only when Yixing stopped in the sky above the palace that a group of inner city guards rushed out from the city and blocked his path. Tianjing City was the core of the dynasty. The guards were naturally the most elite troops, and the soldiers were all astral-reaching realm venerables. The inner city guards were the elites of the elites. The weakest of them was a mid-level venerable. The middle-level generals were all venerable lords, and the high-level generals were all king realm existences. At this moment, there was a high-level general in the group blocking Yixing. He was a one-star king realm expert. The inner city general, Meng Shi, had been guarding the palace all this time. Naturally, he didn't recognize Yixing. At this moment, he also didn't receive any orders to invade. He just happened to be patrolling nearby. Seeing someone rushing towards the inner city, he came out to intercept. Meng Shi's eyes were like sharp blades. He unsheathed the treasured blade in his hand and stared at Yixing as he shouted, "Where did this madman come from? You dare to run amok in the sky above Tianjing City? Are you tired of living? Scram!" Meng Shi was also a one-star king. However, in Yixing's eyes, he was too weak to even stand up to a gust of wind. Pang! Before Meng Shi could react, he was sent flying several thousand meters away by Yixing's slap. Only then did Meng Shi's communication pearl light up. He had received the news of Yixing's invasion. Chapter 834. Apart from Meng Shi, the other warriors blocking Yixing's path were all astral-reaching realm sovereigns. Seeing Yixing send Meng Shi flying with a single slap, the sovereigns' hearts shook. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. However, as the Daming dynasty's inner palace guards, their duty forbade them from retreating. Although they were terrified and their legs were shaking, they still gritted their teeth and stood in front of Yixing facing these ignorant soldiers. Yixing took out his crimson flame bow without hesitation and drew it into a full moon. A black flame arrow rapidly condensed. Whoosh! Yixing's aura erupted. The arrow intent contained an extremely penetrating power. At this moment, Yixing's aura was so powerful that it was not inferior to a 5-star king's. Once the arrow was shot, anyone below the 5-star king's level would be killed in one shot. The sovereigns in front of him only felt this extremely penetrating aura. They already felt that their bodies were about to be penetrated, and they were about to die. In front of this kind of aura, they forgot all their duties. There was only the fear of death. So, the sovereigns hurriedly fled to the sides. They were clear that if they were half a step slower, they would definitely die under this arrow's attack. Just as the sovereigns fled to the sides, the black flame arrow's power had accumulated to the limit. Yixing released the bowstring. Whoosh! The black flame arrow shot out like a black light streaking across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it shot into the formation ahead. Boom 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 boom. Ordinary grade 5 formations could only block low-step kings. Yixing's arrow had the power of a 5-star king. Naturally, it was like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, it forcibly broke through more than 10 layers of formations and shot out over 100 li. More than 10 grade 5 formations were forcibly broken in the blink of an eye. The commotion caused was so great that the entire Tianjing city was shaking. The explosion of formations being destroyed was even more shocking than the thunder in the sky. Although Yixing had said, "Destroy De Yuan, kill Meng Tai," in the teleportation hall, only a few people beside him had heard it. The other martialists in Tianjing city didn't know that someone was attacking Tianjing city. Therefore, the sudden tremors and explosions caused all the martial artists in Tianjing city to be shocked as they looked at each other. Meng Tai and the other kings had just left the main hall of the palace when they felt the tremors and heard a series of explosions. They were all shocked. The imperial palace's inner cities formations were all level 5 formations, and even a 3-star king would have a hard time breaking through one of them. However, from the sound just now, it seemed that more than 10 formations had been blasted apart in the blink of an eye. What kind of power was this? According to the news, Yixing had come alone. At this moment, Meng Tai and the other king tiers were doubting the authenticity of the news. 2 years ago, Yixing had only been a 7-star exalt before he went missing. In just 2 years, had Yixing already possessed such terrifying strength? None of the kings believed him. "Let's go!" Meng Tai shouted loudly. He took the lead and flew towards Yixing's direction at an extremely fast speed. Although a king's eyesight was shocking, if they didn't cultivate eye techniques, they could only see a few hundred miles away. Although they could see if there was someone more than 1,000 miles away, they could only see a small black shadow in the distance. They couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, let alone their appearance. Meng Tai flew at full speed, dozens of miles away in a breath. After flying for about 200 miles, Yixing had already drawn the crimson flame bow and condensed a second black flame arrow. Whoosh! Moreover, Yixing used his astrology, and a ray of starlight shot into the sky, turning into a flaming star. On the flaming star, the image of a huge flaming divine bird flapped its wings and was about to fly. Saint-level astrology, vermilion bird astrology. Surging flaming star power fell, causing the power of Yixing's arrow to increase rapidly. If the power of the first arrow was comparable to that of a 5-star king, then the power of this arrow was unrivaled among 5-star kings. It was almost comparable to that of a 6-star king. Boom! 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 This arrow destroyed even more formations, increasing the number by almost half. In the blink of an eye, a total of 16 formations were destroyed. Yixing moved forward, 100 miles in a single step, and drew the crimson flame bow again, condensing a third black flame arrow. By the time Meng Tai saw Yixing's figure clearly, Yixing had already shot several arrows in succession. Close to 100 level 5 formations were forcefully destroyed by Yixing's tyrannical strength. Yixing had advanced several hundred miles from the edge of the Imperial Palace's inner city to the Imperial Palace's main hall. Although Meng Tai had received news that Yixing had attacked Tianjing city, he didn't see Yixing's face clearly. He also didn't dare to believe that the figure who destroyed the level 5 formation so easily was Yixing. 2 years ago, Yixing was only a 7-star supremacy. He had escaped from Meng Tai's clutches, and his whereabouts were unknown. In just 2 years, Yixing's strength had actually grown to such a level. This was truly unbelievable and deeply shocking to Meng Tai. The moment he saw Yixing's face clearly, Meng Tai once again recalled Si Kongyan's words about the demon star in troubled times. A trace of fear actually rose in his heart. This time, the great Yuan dynasty seemed to be in real danger. No. Impossible. The great Yuan dynasty definitely can't be defeated by my hands. Meng Tai shouted in his heart. In an instant, he expelled the evil thoughts from his mind. At this moment, Meng Tai's willpower was as firm as steel. He definitely didn't believe in the demon star in troubled times. His eyes were filled with madness as he looked at Yixing with killing intent. Today, he definitely had to kill Yixing and let his soul end here. However, Meng Tai didn't realize that if he really didn't believe that Yixing was the demon star in troubled times, why would he have such a huge reaction that was close to madness? Yixing had long seen Meng Tai's figure. When Meng Tai stopped a few hundred miles ahead, Yixing laughed loudly. "Old man Meng Tai, today, I'll return all the enmity of the past. I'm here to take your dog life." Meng Tai was as furious as a mad lion. His hair and beard stood on end, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. He shouted, "You traitor, 2 years ago, you were lucky enough to escape. Instead of being a stray dog outside, you buried your head in life and tried your best to survive. How dare you kill your way into Tianjing? You're courting death." Yixing laughed loudly and said, "Tianjing city is nothing to me. I can come and go as I wish. Taking your dog life is as easy as flipping my hand." As he spoke, Yixing shot out another arrow. The black flame arrow was like a ray of light that pierced through the sky. It shot forward explosively and instantly covered 100 miles. It was unstoppable. Rank 5 formations were destroyed one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 formations were destroyed. Yixing took a step forward and advanced another 100 miles, closing the distance between him and Meng Tai. This time, Meng Tai saw everything clearly. The might of Yixing's arrow made his heart tremble instinctively. Even though he was a 4-star king and had the strength of a peak 4-star king, he couldn't contend against the might of Yixing's arrow. The more frightened Meng Tai was, the more intense his killing intent became. He roared, "Control the formations and kill this traitor. Tear him into pieces and let him die without a burial place." Chapter 835. There was a huge difference between someone controlling a formation and someone not controlling it. If an ordinary level 5 formation was not controlled, even a 3-star king would be able to break it after attacking for a long time. However, if someone was controlling it, the formation's power could be unleashed to the maximum, and it could even contend with 4-star kings. This was especially true for formations that worked with martial artists. The stronger the martial artist, the stronger the formation's power would be. It could allow a low-level king to kill a 4-star king. In fact, if there were enough kings controlling the formation and they were strong enough, they could even contend with 5-star kings. However, an ordinary level 5 formation was just an ordinary one. No matter what, it could not be compared to a level 5 formation at the initial stage. Therefore, no matter how many kings were controlling the formation, they could only unleash the power of a level 5 formation to the level of a 5-star king. It could not be compared to a 6-star king. As for a level 5 formation at the initial stage, as long as someone was controlling it, it would not be difficult to kill a 6-star king. There were many kings in the Great Yuan dynasty. At Meng Tai's command, dozens of kings behind him entered a formation. It was a formation that worked with martial artists' attacks. Dozens of low-level kings working with this formation could unleash power that could barely be compared to a 5-star king. It didn't take long for Yixing to slaughter his way to the front of the formation like crushing dry weeds. The arrow just now had only destroyed 9 formations. When it reached the formation, it was destroyed by a ray of sword light. When Meng Tai saw this, he was overjoyed. When he saw Yixing rushing over, he shouted, "Use the sword light to kill this bastard." The kings circulated their astral energies to the limit and injected them into the formation. A ray of sword light that was 1,000 feet long formed. Whoosh! Under the control of a level 5 formation master, this 1,000 feet long ray of sword light flew 100 miles in an instant. It had the power to split open the heavens and break the earth as it shot toward Yixing. Yixing snorted. The black flame arrow that had been formed a long time ago instantly shot out toward the sword light. Bang! The black flame arrow collided with the 1,000-feet-long sword light, and a loud explosion sounded. The 1,000-feet-long sword light shattered like a mirror, and splashed in all directions. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yixing had used the vermilion bird star form and shot out an arrow with his full power. Even a peak 5-star king would find it hard to resist, and its power was close to that of a 6-star king. How could that 100-meter-long sword light, which was only equivalent to an ordinary 5-star king's attack, be able to resist it? The black flame arrow shattered the 1,000-foot-long sword light, but its power was still terrifying. Like a hot knife through butter, it instantly arrived in front of the array controlled by the kings. Boom! The black flame arrow hit the protective light shield outside the formation with a loud explosion. Cracks immediately began to appear on the invisible protective barrier. Meng Tai's expression instantly changed. The other kings were also shocked. The power of Yixing's arrow was even more terrifying than they had expected. The terrifying rebounding force was transmitted to the kings through the array, causing their bodies to shake. The weaker 1-star kings couldn't withstand the rebounding force, and they all spat out blood. The array was on the verge of collapse. A bunch of useless chickens and pottery dogs dare to block my path? Take another arrow. Yixing yelled loudly. Another black flame arrow condensed on the crimson flame bow and shot out. Among the kings, the 1-star kings all spat out blood and were severely injured. Even the 2-star kings were affected by the rebounding force, and the 3-star kings were also affected. The power they injected into the array was greatly reduced. The sword light that was shot out was only a few hundred feet long. Compared to the 1,000-feet-long sword light before, it was only half the size, and its power was also reduced by more than half. It had already fallen to the level of a 4-star king. Even the 1,000-feet-long sword light couldn't block the black flame arrow, let alone this sword light that was greatly reduced in power. Boom! The sword light was instantly shattered. The black flame arrow's momentum was unstoppable, and it instantly shot into the array's protective barrier. With a loud explosion, the protective barrier was completely shattered. All the kings spat out blood. They were all severely injured, and their bodies were sent flying. Even the 3-star kings were no exception. Although Meng Tai was furious, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His expression was grim as he hurriedly retreated. Old man Meng Tai, even your imperial city's array couldn't withstand a single blow. Where can you escape to? Yixing yelled loudly. He chased after Meng Tai and shot out another arrow, destroying the array in front of him one after another. Meng Tai's face was grim. After 10,000 years of hard work from generation after generation of rank 5 array masters, Tianjing Imperial City had set up too many arrays. These were the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty. However, Yixing wasn't lying. These arrays, these foundations, they couldn't withstand a single blow from Yixing. They couldn't stop Yixing's footsteps. Now, Meng Tai could only rely on the Great Yuan dynasty's dragon luck that had been accumulated for 10,000 years. Although Yixing's speed was much faster than Meng Tai's, Yixing advanced by breaking through arrays, while Meng Tai directly passed through them. Therefore, Meng Tai was naturally faster. The luck-gathering altar was located in the square in front of the imperial palace. Meng Tai flew a few hundred miles at his fastest speed and returned to the dragon-gathering altar. Yixing was behind him, breaking through arrays and chasing after him at extreme speed. Only after landing on the luck-gathering altar did Meng Tai feel at ease. On the luck-gathering altar, Meng Tai could control the Great Yuan dynasty's dragon luck as he wished. He could attack and defend, and he could unleash its full power, exploding with the strength of a rank 5 king. In the past, no one had been like Yixing, killing his way into the capital before the old dynasty's dragon luck had dissipated. Even if a new expert was stronger than the old dynasty's supreme king, he couldn't do anything about the dragon luck that had been accumulated for a long time. He could only take advantage of the fact that the old dynasty's forces were holed up in the capital to reclaim the world's forces and build a new dynasty with a new luck-gathering altar. In this way, the new dynasty would become the Orthodox dynasty and be able to gather the star continent's dragon luck, while the old dynasty's dragon luck would lose its source and gradually dissipate. A dynasty's dragon luck was difficult to gather and dissipate. In 100 years, the old dynasty's dragon luck would dissipate. At that time, the new dynasty's dragon luck would be able to invade the old dynasty's capital and wipe out the remaining forces. Within 100 years, if the old dynasty's royal family could produce an expert that could sweep the world, they could still save the dynasty's fate. If not, it would naturally be difficult to escape destruction after 100 years. If Yixing hadn't killed his way into Tianjing City, the Dark Star sect would have had to use a method that would take 100 years to completely destroy the Great Yuan dynasty. But now, Yixing was destroying everything in his path. With his absolute strength, he was going to end the life of a prosperous dynasty in one fell swoop. Under Meng Tai's control, the dragon luck in the luck-gathering altar exploded, turning into a green dragon that was a few hundred feet long. It coiled on the plaza and surrounded the altar. Meng Tai felt the dragon luck's power and felt extremely at ease. He laughed and said, "Traitor, you must have experienced many heaven-defying things to have your current strength. However, with the dragon luck that my great Yuan has accumulated for 10,000 years, what can you do to me?" Chapter 836. Following Meng Tai's loud laughter, the 10,000 feet long azure dragon coiled around him raised its head high and opened its mouth to roar. The dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, and a terrifying dragon's might spread in all directions as if it had materialized. A burst of invisible power descended from the sky, and Yixing, who was over 50 kilometers away, was also forced down from the sky. If it were an ordinary king, they would probably be pressed to the ground by this dragon aura, unable to move at all. However, although Yixing had landed on the ground, the aura on his body was still very strong, especially the penetrative power of the arrow will, which had pierced through the formless pressure. Other than the fact that it was difficult for him to fly, Yixing was safe and sound. Yixing drew his bow again and shot out an arrow. The formations in front of him were all destroyed, and in the blink of an eye, there were no more obstacles between Yixing and the luck-gathering altar. Looking at Meng Tai, who was laughing loudly on the luck-gathering altar as if everything was under his control, Yixing also laughed. Meng Tai was furious and roared, "You're about to die, and you still dare to laugh." Yixing laughed and said, "I should be the one saying that to you. You want to stop me, Yixing, with just the draconic providence of a low-grade dynasty? Old man Meng Tai, if this is your greatest support, then you can die now." Meng Tai's expression changed. The Great Yuan dynasty's draconic providence was indeed his greatest support. As long as the draconic providence didn't disperse, unless a 6-star king attacked, no one would be able to resist the draconic providence. Even a peak 5-star king wouldn't be able to resist it. This was because there was a limit to a person's strength, but the draconic providence was endless. The Great Yuan dynasty's draconic providence was only at the peak of 5-star kings, but it could kill peak 5-star kings. If Yixing could destroy the Great Yuan dynasty's draconic providence, Meng Tai would no longer have the strength to resist Yixing, and he would definitely die. Therefore, he was shocked when he heard this. However, when he thought of the strength of the dynasty's draconic providence, the fear in Meng Tai's heart disappeared. Yixing's strength was indeed strong, but Meng Tai didn't believe that it could reach the level of a 6-star king. Meng Tai said coldly, "Just the draconic providence of a low-rank dynasty? Humph. You're just a frog in a well who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How can you understand the great power of the dynasty's dragon fate? The one who will die today is you." As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Tai controlled the 1,000-feet-long azure dragon and charged towards Yixing, who just as the azure dragon moved, a terrifying gust of wind blew towards Yixing. In the blink of an eye, the azure dragon stretched out its claw. A huge dragon claw the size of a small mountain tore through the void and reached for Yixing's head. Yixing's arrow intent was attached to his body. His figure moved and instantly changed positions. The azure dragon's claw missed and tore a hole with a diameter of 100 meters in the ground. Your attack power is barely passable, but your speed is too slow. Why don't you try taking one of my arrows? Yixing's voice rang out from over 100 miles away. While speaking, Yixing's third eye opened on his forehead as he used the Void Breaker God Eye. At the same time, a ray of starlight shot into the sky and turned into a huge starlight bow and arrow. It was the Sagittarius constellation. The Void Breaker God Eye's power could pierce through the void and nothing could block it. The luck-gathering altar, the 1,000-feet-long azure dragon, Meng Tai's body, and the circulation of the astral energy, everything could be seen at a glance under the Void Breaker God Eye. Yixing could see where the attack power was weak and where the defense was weak at a glance. He pulled the crimson flame bow and a black flame arrow quickly formed. The Sagittarius constellation surging astral energy poured down, and the piercing aura increased by more than 10 times. At this moment, Yixing was more than 200 miles away from the luck-gathering altar. Meng Tai could control the power of draconic providence to attack from 100 miles away, but it would be difficult to attack from 200 miles away. The speed would be much slower, and he wouldn't be able to stop Yixing from forming the astral energy arrow. Moreover, as soon as the black flame arrow formed, the aura it gave off made Meng Tai's heart tremble. Looking at the Sagittarius constellation in the sky, Meng Tai once again thought of Si Qian's prophecy. He had the thought that the Daiyuan dynasty would be destroyed and his life would be over. As a 4-star king and one of the strongest kings since the establishment of the Daiyuan dynasty, Meng Tai really couldn't imagine that the Daiyuan dynasty would be destroyed by his own hands. Meng Tai's mind only relaxed for an instant before he steadied himself and recalled the dynasty's draconic providence. The 1,000-feet-long azure dragon instantly flew back and surrounded the luck-gathering altar, forming an impenetrable defense. Under full defense, even if Yixing's arrow had the power of a 6-star king, it wouldn't be easy for it to break through the draconic providence. In Meng Tai's opinion, Yixing might be able to unleash the power of a 6-star king for an instant, but he definitely wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. Therefore, as long as he could block this arrow, there might still be hope for this battle. Unfortunately, he had only calculated the increase in power of the Sagittarius constellation relative to Yixing's, but he hadn't calculated that the third eye in the middle of Yixing's forehead wasn't an ordinary martial Dao heavenly eye, but a type of God eye that had already seen through everything. Old man Meng Tai, die! Yixing shouted. The black flame arrow instantly left the bowstring and shot out. This arrow contained the power of the 3 Dao intents of darkness, wind, and fire, as well as surging astral energy, the power of the Sagittarius constellation, and the Vermilion Bird constellation. The power it unleashed was definitely at the level of a 6-star king. Moreover, it wasn't something an ordinary 6-star king could compare to. Just the power of the arrow was already terrifying enough to break through the defense of the dynasty's draconic providence. However, the God Eye Void Breaker had found the flaw, which made the arrow even more powerful. Whoosh! The black flame arrow was like a ray of light, drawing an arc in the void and hitting a certain part of the green dragon. This arrow easily shot into the green dragon's body. Moreover, the entire green dragon's body started to disintegrate, and the dynasty's draconic providence started to dissipate. Meng Tai's eyes were instantly filled with fear. At this moment, he was controlling the dynasty's draconic providence, so he could clearly feel every change in the dynasty's draconic providence. Meng Tai originally thought that with the dynasty's draconic providence, even if it suffered some losses, it would still be able to block Yixing's arrow. However, he never expected that Yixing's arrow would directly attack the foundation of the dynasty's draconic providence, causing the dynasty's draconic providence that the Dayuan dynasty had accumulated for tens of thousands of years to collapse like a tower that had lost its foundation. As a result, the dynasty's draconic providence had completely lost its power, and the black flame arrow easily pierced through the green dragon's body. Meng Tai was still in shock when the black flame arrow shot into his chest, instantly piercing through and leaving a bowl-sized hole. An intense pain spread from his chest to the rest of his body. Although the wound caused by the arrow was only the size of a bowl, the moment it pierced through Meng Tai's body, the power of the arrow had already invaded his body and attacked every part of his body. No dash. Meng Tai lowered his head to look at the hole in his chest and let out a shrill cry. He could feel the life in his body rapidly depleting, and death was getting closer and closer to him. In just 2 breaths' time, Meng Tai fell to the ground and died. The life in his body was completely destroyed. Chapter 837. The Supreme King Meng Tai had died and the dynasty's dragon luck had collapsed. The Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed. Its 10,000 years of foundation had been destroyed overnight. Yixing had slaughtered his way from the inner city of the imperial palace to the altar. He had destroyed the formations and fought against the kings. His momentum had attracted the attention of countless martial artists. The inner city army of the Great Yuan dynasty and many warriors of the Meng royal family had witnessed the battle between Yixing and Meng Tai from afar. Seeing Meng Tai die, everyone was shocked and in disbelief. In the history of the Star Continent, the highest cultivation level had been a 4-star king and the highest strength had been a 5-star king. However, the dynasty's dragon luck of the Great Yuan dynasty was able to resist the top 5-star kings. It could be said that in the Star Continent, as long as the dragon luck of the Great Yuan dynasty was not destroyed, the Great Yuan dynasty should be impregnable. However, the dynasty's draconic fate had been dispersed. The utmost king, Meng Tai, had died. Furthermore, the person who had accomplished all of this was Yixing alone. This result was simply too unbelievable. Thus, the Meng royal clan's cultivators were all dumbstruck. They were simply terrified. The Great Yuan dynasty has been destroyed. Run for your lives. In the backyard of the palace's main hall, a loud shout was heard. It was Si Kongyan's shout. In front of Si Kongyan was a teleportation formation. After the shout, the teleportation formation emitted a pure white light and Si Kongyan disappeared. Yixing looked towards the direction of the voice. His gaze penetrated the palace's main hall and saw the pure white light in the teleportation formation. Yixing had destroyed the dynasty's dragon luck and killed Meng Tai. This had already frightened the inner city army of the palace. Hearing Si Kongyan's shout, the warriors no longer restrained themselves and fled in all directions. The Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed and Meng Tai was dead. These warriors no longer had a target to protect and no reason to persevere. Who would dare to face Yixing? Of course, they fled as fast as they could. The Meng royal clan's cultivators soon recovered from their stupefied state. Meng Tai was indeed dead. He was deader than dead. Right now, the most important thing was for them to survive. They also joined in the escape. With regards to the Great Yuan dynasty, Yixing hated Meng Tai the most. Meng Tai was already dead and the Great Yuan dynasty had fallen apart. He was not a bloodthirsty person and there was no need for him to start a massacre for no reason. Hence, he allowed the cultivators to escape. However, the Meng clan had ruled the Starry Continent for tens of thousands of years. It was unknown how many clans they had bullied and offended. In the past, as the ruler of the Great Yuan dynasty, no one dared to voice their anger. Now that the Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed, the Meng clan had fallen from the throne. Their future days would probably not be easy. At the very least, the Great Yuan dynasty and the Dark Star sect had been fighting for more than 1,000 years. The Dark Star sect would not let go of the Meng family so easily. Yixing did not need to worry about these matters. The Great Yuan dynasty had ruled the starry continent for tens of thousands of years. They must have collected many treasures. Yixing had destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. Naturally, he would not work for others. He had to take away the treasures collected by the Great Yuan dynasty. Yixing took Meng Tai's storage ring and activated his divine void-breaking eye. Very quickly, he searched through the entire inner palace. Most of the treasures in the Great Yuan dynasty were carried by Meng Tai. However, there were still some treasures hidden in the treasury. After Yixing found them, he took them all. Then, he used the teleportation array in Tianjing City to reach the East Divine Continent. By the time Yixing arrived at the Dark Star Island, the Dark Star sect had already received news from Tianjing City. The Dark Star sect naturally had spies in Tianjing City. Everyone in Tianjing City knew that such a huge matter had happened in the Great Yuan dynasty. Naturally, the news quickly reached the Dark Star Island. However, most of the martial artists only knew that the Supreme King Meng Tai had died and the Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed. However, they did not know who had killed Meng Tai and who had destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. This was the first news that the Dark Star sect received. Tianjing City had the imperial dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty. This was something that the Dark Star sect was extremely wary of. Although the Dark Star sect's strength had surpassed the Great Yuan dynasty, they did not attack Tianjing City. This was because they could not deal with the imperial dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty. Now, there was suddenly news that someone had broken into the inner palace, killed Meng Tai, and destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. The upper echelons of the Dark Star sect felt like they were dreaming. They did not dare to believe that this was real. Who had the strength to kill Meng Tai, who controlled the imperial dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty? When the Dark Star sect received the news, they immediately called for a meeting of the upper echelons. They carefully confirmed the news and confirmed that they had not read it wrongly. The source of the news was also correct. It was indeed from the spies of the Dark Star sect in Tianjing City. After a long period of shock, the Black Biao King decided to go to Tianjing City to investigate. Now, although Zhuo Xinglong was the sect leader of the Dark Star sect in name, the Black Biao King was the true decision-maker of the Dark Star sect. This news was too shocking. The Black Biao King did not dare to believe it. He could only go to Tianjing City personally to investigate and see for himself. Zhuo Xinglong said, "Could it be that the spies in Tianjing City were exposed and have already betrayed us and joined the Great Yuan dynasty? They set up an inescapable net in Tianjing City and then deliberately tricked us into going to Tianjing City, walking right into the trap." The news was too shocking. Zhuo Xinglong could not believe that Meng Tai had died just like that. The Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed just like that. Hence, he started to think about other things. Many elders had the same concerns. The Black Biao King said, "The most terrifying thing about Tianjing City is the imperial dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty. As long as we do not attack the inner palace, Meng Tai will not be able to stop us. Lady Qingxian and I will go and investigate. We will definitely be able to come and go as we please. There's no need to go. The news is true." A pleasant voice came from outside the Dark Star Hall. Following which, Wei Qingxian walked in. Her face was filled with excitement and joy. There was another person beside Wei Qingxian. The gazes of the kings of the Dark Star sect landed on this person. Their faces were filled with shock. It was as if they had seen a ghost. "Brother Yixing." The first to react was the Black Biao King. He rushed in front of Yixing and said excitedly, "You're still alive?" "As expected." "You're still alive?" "Huh. You're still alive." His first sentence was filled with shock. Following which, it turned into great joy. The person who came in with Wei Qingxian was naturally Yixing. When Yixing arrived at the Dark Star Island, the first thing he saw was Wei Qingxian. Although Wei Qingxian had always believed that Yixing was still alive and had some guesses in her heart, she was still extremely excited when she saw Yixing. Yixing explained to Wei Qingxian that he was the one who had shot the arrow that day. He also told her about what he had done recently. However, before he could tell her in detail what had happened in the past 2 years, Yixing knew through his god's void-breaking eye that the upper echelons of the Dark Star sect had doubts about what had happened in Tianjing City. Hence, he came to the Dark Star Hall with Wei Qingxian. Although Yixing was already filled with joy after reuniting with Wei Qingxian after such a long time, seeing the Black Biao King again made him extremely excited. Yixing looked at the Black Biao King and nodded with a smile. Of course I'm not dead. I'm living well. Furthermore, I've already killed Meng Tai. I've also destroyed the Great Yuan Dynasty's Dragon Fate. The Great Yuan Dynasty no longer exists. The Black Biao King was stunned. In the Dark Star Hall, all the kings of the Dark Star sect were stunned. Chapter 838. Previously, the kings didn't dare to believe the news of Meng Tai's death and the Great Yuan Dynasty's destruction. Now, not only did Yixing confirm this news, but he also said that he had killed Meng Tai. This news shocked the kings even more. It could be said that they had watched Yixing grow up. Although Yixing's growth was very fast, he had only been a 7-star supremacy 2 years ago. No matter how fast he grew, it was impossible for him to reach such a level in just 2 years, right? Moreover, 2 years ago, Yixing had been hunted down by Meng Tai, and his whereabouts were unknown. Meng Tai had announced to the world that Yixing was dead. Now, just the appearance of Yixing was enough to make people feel like the dead had come back to life. This was shocking enough. Even the kings present couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The first to react was the Black Tiger King. His eyes were filled with shock, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. The Black Tiger King slapped Yixing's shoulder and laughed. Good, haha, I knew it. You're the demon star of chaos. These 2 years, I didn't believe you were dead either. As expected, not only did you not die, you even killed Meng Tai and destroyed the Great Yuan Dynasty. You are indeed the Great Yuan Dynasty's demon star of chaos, haha. Since Yixing had said it himself, it naturally couldn't be false. The Black Tiger King no longer doubted the news from Tianjing City. Star Dragon King, Xiaomu King, and the other kings also recovered from their shock. Their gazes towards Yixing changed greatly. In their hearts, Yixing's image had always been that of a junior. At best, he was a very talented junior with a lot of potential. However, in just 2 years, Yixing had already killed his way into the Great Yuan Dynasty's palace alone, destroyed the Great Yuan Dynasty's Dragon Fate, and killed the Great Yuan Dynasty's Supreme King, Meng Tai. Such an expert could be said to be peerless in the Star Continent. Wei Qingxian alone was enough to shock them. Now, there was Yixing, who was even more heaven-defying. In the eyes of the kings, they could no longer associate Yixing with the junior of the past. Instead, he had become a peerless expert that even they had to look up to. Star Dragon King, Xiaomu King, and the other kings walked toward Yixing. They cupped their fists at Yixing and nodded slightly. Star Dragon King said, "The De Yuan dynasty is our sect's archenemy. King Yixing killed Meng Tai and destroyed the De Yuan dynasty. Our sect is grateful to you." Although Yixing had stayed in the Dark Star Church for a period of time, he was not an official disciple of the Dark Star Church. He had only been nurtured by the Dark Star Church because of the Black Biao King. Now, Star Dragon King could no longer treat Yixing as a genius of the Dark Star sect, but as a respected expert. They did not have a good relationship with Yixing like the Black Biao King. Naturally, they did not dare to be too casual in front of Yixing. Yixing nodded at the kings and said, "Star Dragon King, you don't have to be so polite. I have received many benefits from the Dark Star Church. It is my duty to contribute to the Dark Star Church. Now that Meng Tai is dead and the De Yuan dynasty no longer exists, there are still many survivors. They are still powerful. Star Dragon King said, not to mention how many cultivators have died in the hands of the De Yuan dynasty since the founding of the Dark Star Church. Just in the past few hundred years, a large number of experts and geniuses of the younger generation have been killed by the De Yuan dynasty's cultivators. We must avenge them. Those who have been stained with the blood of our Dark Star Church's cultivators must not be spared. Black Biao King nodded and said, that's right. Those people were once under the protection of the De Yuan dynasty. Now that the De Yuan dynasty has been destroyed, it is time to settle the score with them. There is no time to lose. Let's set out immediately to eliminate the survivors. The kings of the Dark Star Church nodded in unison. They all had their own enemies in the De Yuan dynasty. Of course, it was not just Meng Tai alone. When the De Yuan dynasty was at its peak, they could not do anything to it. Now that the De Yuan dynasty had collapsed, they naturally had to settle the score. Yixing said, the space in the Sea of Dark Prison is becoming more and more unstable. Once something happens, the Death Spirit King might invade. The human race is in danger. Everyone, please take your revenge. However, do not kill the innocent. Kill all of them and try to preserve the human race's strength. The Death Spirit King's invasion was too terrifying. The kings were stunned. Black Biao King said, are you serious? Yixing nodded and said, the Death Spirit King's soul that escaped that day has already been killed by me. Before he died, he said that it would not be long before the Sea of Dark Prison spatial crack would be big enough for the Death Spirit King to pass through. Although he was trying to scare me, it might not be all empty words. Therefore, it is better to be prepared as soon as possible. Black Biao King said, if that is the case, the Star Continent will face a great calamity. Let's do as Brother Yixing said. Those who have the blood of the Dark Star Church on their hands, kill them all. As for the others, spare them if possible. Yixing said, that's good. Brother Black Biao, you decide what to do. I will not participate in these matters. I have to prepare for the dangers that we may face in the future. Black Biao King led the kings of the Dark Star Church and left the Dark Star Island for the Middle Sky Continent to deal with the De Yuan dynasty. With Yixing and Wei Qingxian on the Dark Star Island, their safety was not an issue. It could be said that the kings of the Dark Star Church were all out. After the Black Biao King and the others left, Yixing told Wei Qingxian about his experiences in the past 2 years in detail. After learning that Yixing went to the Starry Crescent Land first, then to the Dark Star Continent and became a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, Wei Qingxian was shocked. Yixing was not even a king, but he had traveled to several Starry Crescent lands. This experience was indeed amazing. Wei Qingxian said, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune. Yixing has experienced so many dangers, but he still managed to escape death. He has encountered such a great opportunity. In the future, we will go to the Starry Crescent Land first, then to the Dark Star Continent. As a high-level continent, the Dark Star Continent may have a passage to the Samsara Palace. Yixing nodded and said, with our current strength, it is more than enough to go to the Starry Crescent Land. However, we cannot ignore the threat of the King of Death Spirit. If the King of Death Spirit invades the Star Continent and we are not there, the warriors on the Star Continent will be killed. We have to solve this problem first, then go to the Starry Crescent Land. Wei Qingxian thought for a while and said, I don't know how long we have to wait for the King of Death Spirit to invade. What if we wait for 8 or 10 years and nothing happens? Yixing smiled and said, of course, I won't just wait like a fool. In these years, I will try my best to improve my cultivation and increase my strength as soon as possible. However, the most important thing is to study formations. In the Heavenly Bao continent, among the treasures I obtained, there are ancient books on formations. I even have quasi-god level 6 ancient books on formations. My talent in formations is even better than my talent in martial arts. If the King of Death Spirits doesn't invade in 8 or 10 years, I'm afraid I will have become a level 5 array Grandmaster. I only need to leave some formations to protect the human tribe on the Star Land. Chapter 839. Yixing stayed at the Dark Star Island for a few days before returning to the Falling Star sect to meet with Hua Tianfeng, Lin Tongyu, Gu Tianshang, and the others. In the Heavenly Bao Hall, Yixing obtained a large number of treasures. Among them, there were treasures that could prolong one's life and heal injuries to one's life force. Chu Jingyue's injuries were completely healed, allowing her to regain her youth and increase her lifespan. After that, Yixing went to the old site of the Falling Star sect. The tortoise said that only when Yixing became a king and passed the king-level trial could he obtain all the treasures left behind by Emperor Xinghan. With Yixing's harvest in the Heavenly Bao continent, he was not very interested in the treasures in the Star Hall. Only the Star Hall itself was attractive to Yixing. Although the Star Hall was just a replica, it was not an ordinary divine artifact. If Yixing could use it, he would be able to exert a terrifying power that was far beyond his strength. Through the Star Token, Yixing entered the Star Hall. Yixing had absorbed Luo Tiangong's true god blood essence and became a king. He had built an extreme-grade imperial body. He had comprehended the true meaning of Tao from 3 great Taos of heaven and earth. His ability to challenge those of a higher level was even better than when he was in the honorable realm. Of course, passing the king-level trial was not difficult. Whether it was the energy form of Yixing or the energy form of 1 to 3 levels higher than Yixing, they were all defeated by Yixing effortlessly. He easily completed the king-level trial. Very good, very good. The tortoise praised again and again. His eyes were filled with amazement. I didn't expect you to become a king so quickly and have such powerful strength. Compared to Master, your talent and potential are much higher. In the end, Xinghan Great Emperor only managed to cultivate to the level of a 9-star king and failed to become a quasi-god. As for Yixing, he was now a 5-star blue fate. In terms of talent, Yixing was naturally much higher than Xinghan Great Emperor. Moreover, in terms of strength, Yixing who was in the same realm far surpassed Great Emperor Xinghan. Emperor Xinghan relied on the Stellar Hall replica to reach the level of a 1 Nirvana quasi-god. He himself did not have the strength to challenge those of a higher level. Yixing was only a 1-star king, but he had the strength of a 6-star king. The two of them were naturally not on the same level. The tortoise continued, Yixing, you have completed all the tests left behind by the master. From today onwards, you are the new master of the Star Hall. By refining the Star Hall, you can obtain everything left behind by the previous master. Yixing was overjoyed and asked, how do I refine it? The tortoise said, Master, please follow me. The Stellar Hall still has a 5th level. Once you refine the heart of the 5th level, you will be able to control the Stellar Hall. Yixing was slightly surprised. Only then did he realize that the master that the pimp was talking about was him. And the fact that there was a 5th floor of the Stellar Hall made Yixing even more surprised. Soon, Yixing followed Mr. Tortoise to the 5th floor. What entered his eyes was a vast and boundless land of flames. With Yixing's normal eyesight, he could see thousands of miles just by looking. But even so, he still couldn't see the edge of this land of flames. The first 4 levels of the Stellar Hall were just small spaces. The fact that the 5th level had such a huge land of flames really exceeded Yixing's expectations. Seeing this, Mr. Tortoise explained, Master, the space of the 5th level is hundreds of thousands of miles long and wide. However, there is no sun, moon, or stars. There is no alternating day and night. There is no normal air, only endless flames. It is not suitable for life to grow, so it is very barren. This place was indeed very barren. Although there were mountains, valleys, plains, and various other terrains, without exception, they were all burning with flames. However, even if it was just a barren world, such a large piece of land was located in the stellar hall. This made Yixing feel shocked. It was impossible for the stellar hall to be more than hundreds of thousands of miles wide and hundreds of thousands of miles tall because it was impossible to have so many materials. However, to be able to contain such a large piece of land, it definitely involved the Tao of space. Mr. Tortoise flew forward and said, "The world core is located in the center of the 5th level. Master, please follow me." Yixing followed behind Mr. Tortoise. In the center of his forehead, he opened his 3rd eye and used the divine Voidbreaker eye. The divine Voidbreaker eye's gaze pierced through the void. Before long, Yixing had roughly seen this piece of land. Mr. Tortoise was right. This piece of land was indeed hundreds of thousands of miles wide. In the center, there was a red stone that contained a special energy that controlled everything in all directions. It was the world core. Not long after, Mr. Tortoise and Yixing arrived next to the world core. Yixing dripped a drop of blood into the world core. His spiritual power pierced into it and quickly refined the world core. In an instant, an indescribable feeling arose in Yixing's heart. The shape of the entire stellar hall appeared in his mind. Yixing was very clear about the treasures inside. The stellar hall was like Yixing's hands and feet that he could control at will. There were a large number of treasures inside the stellar hall, ranging from low-grade spirit grade to top-grade spirit grade, low-grade profound grade to top-grade profound grade. However, the lower the grade, the more treasures there were. The higher the grade, the fewer treasures there were. Although the disciples of the Dark Star Hall had obtained many treasures in the past 700 years, it was probably less than 1/10 of the total treasures inside the Stellar Hall. Especially the profound grade treasures. Other than Yixing, no one had obtained them. Mr. Tortoise waved his hand, and a medicine bottle flew out from the treasure space and appeared in front of Yixing. Yixing knew that this was a medicine bottle from the top-grade profound grade treasure area. He reached out and caught it, saying, "This is a top-grade profound grade pill, extreme body pill. What are its effects?" Mr. Tortoise said, "It strengthens the body and also has the effect of increasing one's cultivation." Yixing nodded. Before, when he passed the martial saint, Taoist, and venerable level trials, the rewards he obtained were all pills that strengthened the body and increased one's cultivation. Yixing opened the bottle cap, swallowed the extreme body pill, and began to refine it. The strength of an imperial body was measured by the vitality, not the strength of the body. A top-grade imperial body was an immortal body, not an indestructible body. A top-grade imperial body's immortal body was not really immortal, but after being injured, it could be healed through a powerful vitality. Every time it was healed, it would consume vitality. Once the vitality was exhausted, it would still die. Therefore, even if it was a top-grade imperial body, one could not ignore the strength of the body. The higher the strength of the body, the less damage one would receive, and the less vitality one would need to recover from injuries. Then, a top-grade imperial body would be able to last longer in battle. Otherwise, if one's body was too weak, one's body would be destroyed by a single blow. Without reaching the realm of blood rebirth, even if one had an immortal body, they would still die instantly. A top-grade imperial body's absorption of physical energy was extremely fast. In just half an hour, the medicinal efficacy of the extreme body pill was completely absorbed by Yixing, and the strength of his body skyrocketed. Yixing could feel that just by relying on the strength of his body, he was probably comparable to a 5-star king. Moreover, Yixing's Star Dipper had been greatly strengthened, and his cultivation had taken another step forward, becoming a 2-star king. Chapter 840. Feeling the surging power in his body, Yixing smiled. With the breakthrough in his cultivation and the strengthening of his physical body, Yixing's strength had risen by yet another notch. A high-level king realm expert could be called an emperor. Although there was only one level difference between a 6-star king and a 7-star king, there was a huge difference in strength. When Yixing was a 1-star king, he could use the Sagittarius constellation to unleash the strength of a 6-star king, but it was only equivalent to an ordinary 6-star king. Some kings who had the ability to challenge those of a higher level might not be able to compete with a 7-star king after becoming a 6-star king. However, their strength was much stronger than an ordinary 6-star king. Right now, Yixing's strength was probably not inferior to these extremely powerful 6-star king realm geniuses. Although I haven't reached the level of a 7-star king warrior yet, with the black hole astral form, I might be able to fight against a 7-star Death Spirit King head-on. I don't know how long it will take for the Death Spirit King to invade. In a few years, my cultivation will continue to improve, and then I will be able to kill a 7-star Death Spirit King head-on. Then, I won't be afraid of the Death Spirit King invading the Star Continent. Yixing hoped that the Death Spirit King would not invade too soon. Now, his formation was not complete yet. If he encountered a 7-star Death Spirit King, he would barely be able to compete with it. In a few years, his cultivation would increase, and even if a 7-star Death Spirit King invaded the Starry Continent, Yixing would be able to deal with it. Congratulations, Master. With your strength, it will be easy for you to go to the Starry Crescent Land. The tortoise congratulated him and said, the old master had a last wish. He hoped that after you get his belongings and go to the Starry Crescent Land, you could avenge him and kill all the enemies who had plotted against him. 700 years have passed. Most of the enemies who plotted against the old master have reached the end of their lifespans, but one of them is definitely still alive. Yixing asked, who? Mr. Tortoise said, Xing Chengji. Kings have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Every time a quasi-god goes through nirvana, their lifespan will increase by 1,000 years. A quasi-god in nirvana can live for 2,000 years. Xing Chengji was more than 500 years old back then, and now he is more than 1,200 years old. As long as he is not killed by others, he should still be alive. A figure appeared in Yixing's mind. He said, Xing Chengji, I've seen him before. Back in the Starry Crescent Land, he wanted to kill me as well. As long as I have the chance, I will definitely kill Xing Chengji to avenge Emperor Xing Han and vent my anger. The tortoise said, this guy is indeed still alive. Humph. I must watch him die. Yixing nodded and said, Mr. Tortoise, what abilities does the Starry Hall have? As a divine artifact, I should be able to use it to kill my enemies. Mr. Tortoise said, of course you can. However, with your current strength, you can control the Starry Hall to move, but it is not enough to unleash its power. The Starry Hall can be used for both offense and defense. When attacking, it can trigger the flames on the 5th floor, which can burn gods. You need to cultivate a fire elemental technique called the Star Glaze technique. When defending, the Starry Hall can transform into a star to defend all directions. Similarly, you need to cultivate the Star Glaze technique to be able to defend against the attacks of gods. Defense could withstand the attacks of gods, and attack had the power to kill gods. Yixing was very excited. If he could cultivate the Star Glaze technique, wouldn't his strength reach the god level? Yixing said excitedly, what about the Star Glaze technique? Where is it kept in the Starry Hall? Why haven't I found it? Mr. Tortoise could not help but touch his forehead and said, Master, the Star Glaze technique is not an ordinary technique. It was obtained by the old master from the Star's secret realm. Moreover, the old master only had a superficial knowledge of it, not even at the entry level. He could barely move the Starry Hall and unleash the most basic power. If the old master had learned the Star Glaze technique, he would not have been able to be compared to a first nirvana quasi-god, and he would not have been killed by Xing Chengji and the others. Yixing's hot-bloodedness immediately cooled down. He said, so, there is no Star Glaze technique? Although I can control the Star Palace, I can't use it to attack, nor can I use it to defend. Isn't that completely useless? Mr. Tortoise thought for a while and said, "It's not completely useless. The Starry Hall is incomparably sturdy. Even if you can't unleash its power, just as a hard weapon, it has boundless power and can smash someone to death. Moreover, if the master encounters a strong enemy, he can also hide in the Starry Hall. Even a quasi-god can't destroy the Starry Hall. In the Starry Hall, your defense can be considered invincible." Yixing nodded slightly. What Mr. Tortoise said made sense. However, after thinking carefully, Yixing felt that something was wrong. He said, "Mr. Tortoise, can't others snatch the Starry Hall and forcibly refine it?" "Oh." Mr. Tortoise nodded and said, "If other martial artists want to refine the Starry Hall, they have to at least defeat my will first. I, Mr. Tortoise, have lived for so long. I'm not someone who can be shaken by the will of a mere king. Only experts above the quasi-god level have the possibility of forcibly refining the Starry Hall." Now, Yixing was clear in his heart. The Starry Hall could only be considered safe against martial artists below the quasi-god level. If he encountered an enemy of the quasi-god level, then there was no need to hide in the Starry Hall. It was better to escape as far as possible. Yixing sighed and said, "The Star Mystery Realm is located in the Dark Star Continent. It seems that only by reaching the Dark Star Continent can one enter the Star Mystery Realm and have the hope of obtaining the Star Glaze technique. The Star Mystery Realm could only be entered by martial artists above the 9-star King level. The method left behind by Luo Tiangong could directly send people into the Star Mystery Realm. After Yixing became a 9-star king, he could deal with it together." Yixing left the Starry Hall. With a thought, the Starry Hall shrunk and fell into his palm. Without the Starry Hall, the fallen Star Mystery Realm lost its power. The formations and restrictions dissipated directly, leaving only the sea of fire formed by the outer flame. The situation in the Star Continent changed. The Great Yuan dynasty was destroyed, and the remnants were hunted down by the Dark Star sect. Some martial artists whose hands were stained with the blood of the Dark Star sect's martial artists were all eliminated. At the same time, some forces that were once oppressed by the Great Yuan dynasty took advantage of the situation and began to encircle and annihilate the disciples of the Meng royal family. The Meng family was originally the #1 family in the Star Continent. Now that everyone wanted to kill them, they had no choice but to conceal their identity and completely disappear from the stage of the Star Continent. The Dark Star sect's power was like the sky, and all the forces in the world submitted to them. A new dynasty, the Dark Star dynasty, was established. Yixing did not pay attention to all of this. He only borrowed the power of the Dark Star sect to collect the ancient books on formations in the world. He used his super brain to scan them and then compared them with the ancient books he obtained in the Heavenly Bow continent. As he cultivated, he studied formations, waiting for the disaster of the human race in the Star Continent to arrive. Chapter 844. The stronger Yixing was, the greater the benefits of devouring Yixing's flesh and blood would be. With Yixing's strength, devouring him was no different from devouring a 7-star king. However, there wasn't even a mid-step king on the Star Continent. Devouring a 7-star king was simply an extravagant hope. However, with Yixing, this extravagant hope became hope. King Wuba was naturally pleasantly surprised. A large number of dead spirits lived in the death realm of the Star Continent. King Wuba was the strongest expert in this realm. Among the 4 7-star Death Spirit Kings, his strength was undoubtedly the strongest. Even if the 3 7-star Death Spirit Kings, King Wugu, King Ha Ling, and King Zadu joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for King Wuba. Therefore, although Yixing's strength surprised King Wuba, he still had full confidence in killing Yixing, seeing that King Ha Ling and King Zadu were in a dangerous situation under Yixing's attack. King Wuba suddenly attacked. King Wuba's figure was like the wind, drifting behind Yixing in an instant. The green hair on his body shone brightly, and his aura instantly erupted. Xiao, blue fingernails grew out of King Wuba's 5 fingers. Like sharp blades, they suddenly shot towards the back of Yixing's head. King Wuba's sudden attack on Yixing wasn't inferior to Yixing's previous attack on King Haling and King Zadu. It was also unpredictable and hard to guard against. Yixing was very clear about King Wuba's sneak attack. However, Yixing didn't guard against it in advance, nor did he dodge. Instead, he allowed King Wuba's attack to come. Bang! With a loud explosion, the power of King Wuba's attack was so terrifying that even Vajra mysterious iron would be smashed to pieces. Yixing's head also exploded. The martial artists of the Star Continent all cried out in alarm, their expressions instantly turning into terror. The strength that Yixing had erupted with was beyond the expectations of the martial artists. The martial artists had already regarded Yixing as their only hope to contend against the undead army. Now, Yixing's head had been smashed by King Wuba, and all the warriors turned pale in an instant. Once Yixing died, their flesh and blood would soon be devoured by the King of Death Spirit and turned into human skeletons. Even the Black Biao King's expression changed at this moment. Only Wei Qingxian, who knew that Yixing had constructed a supreme-grade imperial body and possessed an immortal body, remained calm. Yixing's head exploded, but he did not die instantly as the warriors had imagined. Instead, as his head exploded, he instantly turned around and grabbed Wu Bawang's wrist. Although he did not have a head, Yixing's strength did not change. He grabbed Wu Bawang's wrist and swung it. Wu Bawang and Yixing instantly changed directions. Yixing had suffered such a serious injury, but he did not die. This was beyond King Wuba's expectations, so he naturally relaxed his guard at this moment. Just as the two of them changed directions, Yixing also put his 5 fingers together and thrust them towards Wu Bawang's chest. 3 kinds of true meaning of Tao, the power of the vermilion bird celestial phase, the power of the arrow intent, and all kinds of forces gathered in this thrust, making it not only powerful, but also had a terrifying penetrating power. Bang! Yixing's 5 fingers struck Wu Bawang's chest, and as if he had struck a piece of fine steel, a loud explosion rang out. Wu Bawang's body instantly shot backwards, and a fist-sized dent appeared on his chest because of Yixing's thrust, but in the end, it did not reveal the corpse jade. In the blink of an eye, Wu Bawang hit the ground with a loud bang. At this moment, the flesh on Yixing's neck wriggled, and a head grew out. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Yixing's head was first blown up, and then it grew out. On the other hand, Wu Bawang was sent flying by Yixing's thrust, and his corpse jade almost fell out and he died. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. His head could grow back after it was gone, and this completely subverted their understanding. In the history of the Star Land, the genius kings had at most built a middle-grade imperial body. How could they know the mysteries of a top-grade imperial body? Yixing secretly sighed in pity. Wu Bawang's body was even stronger than a middle-grade dark weapon. Otherwise, the blow just now would have brought out his corpse jade and killed him. However, Yixing had already expected that this blow might not be able to kill Wu Bawang. Therefore, when he attacked, he changed the direction of Wu Bawang's body. This blow did not kill Wu Bawang, but it also sent him into the formation area. Just like Haling King and Zhadu King, he was surrounded by layers of formations. Wu Bawang. Haling King and Zhadu King's figures flashed and arrived at the place where Wu Bawang had fallen. Even Wu Bawang had suffered a loss in the hands of this 3-star king. They were shocked. Wu Bawang instantly stood up and touched the dent on his chest. Wu Bawang was also scared, and his heart was filled with anger. With his strength, if he did not think that Yixing was dead and let his guard down, he would not have been hit in the chest by Yixing and almost lost his life. Wu Bawang's empty eyes stared at Yixing and said, "You have built a top-grade imperial body, and have an immortal body. Good, very good. Devouring your flesh and blood is better than devouring the flesh and blood of 10 7-star kings. No, 100 of them. Yixing smiled faintly. Now that Wu Ba Wang had entered the formation, he could not escape from the palm of his hand. Yixing smiled and said, "Unfortunately, you are now a turtle in a jar. Huh, you can't even save your own life, and you still want to eat me?" Wu Ba Wang snorted coldly and said, "You are indeed very strong, but you are still no match for me. I was too careless just now. Do you think you can trap me with these formations? Humph. In at most 10 breaths of time, I'll be able to completely destroy all of these formations and break them clean." Yixing smiled and said, 10 breaths? Enough to kill you." As he spoke, a ray of starlight shot up into the sky and turned into a huge starlight bow. Yixing used the Sagittarius constellation, and his aura soared again, and his strength increased greatly. The power of the Sagittarius constellation and the power of the arrow complemented each other, forming a terrifying penetrating power. Even the devil's face formed by the power of the 100,000 undead army was affected by this penetrating power and showed signs of collapsing. Looking at the Sagittarius constellation in the sky, Wu Ba Wang's face changed greatly. Constellation? You have been hiding your strength?" Wu Ba Wang's voice suddenly became a little frightened. If he had known that Yixing was so powerful, he would have chosen to retreat and run away. He would first enjoy the flesh and blood of other creatures instead of fighting such a powerful existence head-on. Wu Ba Wang suddenly let out a shrill scream and roared, "Guguha!" Only the undead king, who had grown to stage 5 and condensed his spiritual will into a soul, would have a strong subjective consciousness. The undead spirits below stage 5 had no fear and would absolutely obey the orders of their superiors. As soon as Wu Ba Wang gave the order, the 100,000 undead army immediately rushed over. Even the undead king, who had a strong subjective consciousness and was used to Wu Ba Wang's orders, also rushed over while screaming. Chapter 845. Seeing that Yixing had used the constellations, King Wu Ba knew that he was no match for him. If he wasn't restrained by the formation, with his sturdy body, King Wu Ba believed that it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. However, he was now trapped by the formation. Even if it was just a level 5 formation that he didn't think highly of, it had become his prison, restricting his movements. King Wu Ba had just experienced how strong Yixing's attacks were. Now that Yixing had used the Sagittarius constellation, his strength had increased greatly, and it was enough to threaten King Wu Ba's life. If King Wu Ba tried to break the formation, he would have to face Yixing's fatal attack. If he didn't break the formation, he wouldn't be able to escape. If he continued to defend, he would lose his life. He was caught in a dilemma. Therefore, King Wu Ba immediately ordered the undead army to attack. At the same time, King Wu Ba also ordered King Ha Ling and King Zadu to break through with all their strength, while he fought Yixing with all his strength to buy time. There were 2 7-star undead kings inside, and 100,000 undead army outside. It wouldn't take too long to break these level 5 formations. Therefore, as long as they delayed Yixing for a while, they would be able to escape once the formation was broken. King Wu Ba couldn't help but feel a trace of joy in his heart. As long as he could escape this calamity, there would be a large amount of flesh and blood in this world for him to enjoy. He didn't believe that there would be a second person on this continent who was as heaven-defying as this young man in front of him. The undead army's roars shook heaven and earth. The corners of Yixing's mouth curled up. Everything was within his expectations. In the past 6 months, he had set up dozens of level 5 formations. Among them, there were bewildering formations, illusion formations, and trapping formations. Each formation was enough to trap a 6-star king. With dozens of formations, even a 7-star king would need some time to break them. Yixing was very confident that his opponent wouldn't have enough time. In Yixing's view, the 100,000 undead army charging over was just walking right into a trap. If the army of 100,000 dead spirits scattered and fled, Yixing wouldn't be able to split himself into two, and the number of martial arts experts on the Star Continent was limited. It would be really difficult to chase after them. If they rushed into the area of the formation he had set up, he could use the formation to trap them and kill them all. Yixing drew his golden flame bow, and a black flame arrow condensed and shot out. Sharp claws grew out of King Wuba's 10 fingers, and his strength exploded to the limit as he grabbed at the black flame arrow. The sharp claws collided with the arrow, and sparks flew everywhere. King Wuba's body was pushed back, and he crashed into the light shield of the formation. He was at an absolute disadvantage. However, as a 7-star Death Spirit King, his body was extremely sturdy. Even though the impact was heavy, he was completely fine. Wuba King was still lively as he bellowed, "Although your attack is strong, it can't do anything to this king. When this king escapes, I will definitely slaughter all the humans I see on this continent." He. "Human, you are very strong, but so what? You can't stop this king." Yixing laughed and said, "Who says I can't stop you?" As soon as his voice fell, Yixing used another kind of astrology. The black hole astrology appeared and formed a dark world in an instant, enveloping King Wuba, King Ha Ling, and King Zadu. Suddenly, it was pitch black in front of them, and they couldn't even see their own fingers. The 3 Death Spirit Kings were shocked, and King Ha Ling even exclaimed, "What's going on? I can't see anything." At this moment, the army of dead spirits had already entered the area of the formation. Layers of formations were activated one after another. Some were illusory formations, which made the dead spirits fall into an illusory world. Some were trapping formations, which trapped the dead spirits in the light shield of the formation. Don't let these dead spirits escape. Kill them while they are trapped in the formation. King He Biao bellowed. Yixing had already discussed with him that when the army of dead spirits fell into the formation, it would be the time for the warriors of the Star Continent to attack. As long as they didn't enter the area of the formation, they wouldn't be affected by the formation, and the warriors could attack from a distance. "Everyone, be careful. Don't enter the formation." Wei Qingxian was the fastest. She rushed to the front and slapped with her palm. The white cold Gang Qi instantly froze a few thousand meters. Except for the middle-level Death Spirit Kings, the rest of the dead spirits were all frozen. Behind Wei Qingxian, the attacks of the kings and venerables covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked the frozen dead spirits. The ice crystals shattered, and the bodies of the 4th-level green-haired dead spirits were shattered into pieces like the ice crystals. The corpse jades fell out of their bodies directly. As for the 5th-level green-haired dead spirits, their bodies were much sturdier. The shattering of the ice crystals only caused partial damage to their bodies. Some had their arms and legs cracked, some had their heads cracked, and some had their bodies cracked. However, as long as the corpse jades were still there, they could still move. When the formation was in operation, there were obvious light shields of the formation in the void. The warriors were outside the area of the formation, and they attacked from a distance. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 green-haired dead spirits were killed. King Wuba, King Ha Ling, and King Zadu were trapped in the dark world. The first thing they did was to protect their chests. For the dead spirits, the corpse jades on their chests were their only weakness. Whoosh! A pair of blue wings appeared behind Yixing. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, and he instantly rushed into the layers of formations that surrounded the 3 7-star dead spirit kings. The other party was defending their chests with all their strength. Yixing could only break through in close combat. Yixing's speed was too fast. In the dark world, the dead spirits' reactions were slightly slower. Yixing appeared beside King Ha Ling in an instant. Before King Ha Ling could react, Yixing grabbed his wrist and flung him hard. Yixing's fling was so powerful that King Ha Ling's body flew up. He lost his center of gravity, and the other claw that was protecting his chest suddenly moved away. Whoosh! Yixing's other hand closed together like a bird's beak, and he suddenly raised it. His fingertips shone brightly. Like an arrow, it contained a terrifying penetrating power and fiercely shot into King Haling's chest. The power of this shot was too terrifying, especially when it contained the power of the Sagittarius constellation. Its penetrating power was even more terrifying. Kacha! King Haling's chest instantly shattered. Yixing's 5 fingers pierced into King Haling's chest. When he came out, Yixing's 5 fingers had already grabbed a piece of white stone as smooth as jade. It was King Haling's corpse jade. Without the corpse jade, King Haling's body instantly lost its source of power and became uncontrollable. "I'm going to take your body." King Haling's soul roared angrily, and rushed into Yixing's body in the blink of an eye. The spiritual will of the 7-star dead spirit king wanted to seize Yixing's body. However, when King Haling's soul appeared in the space between Yixing's eyebrows, what greeted him was a pale flame, the star fire seed. This was simply throwing himself into a trap. The star fire seed instantly enveloped King Haling's soul, leaving only mournful screams. However, the screams that occurred in the space between Yixing's eyebrows could not be heard by outsiders. "King Haling, how are you?" King Zadu shouted anxiously. He was terrified. Chapter 846. King Haling said, "He wants you to accompany him." As soon as King Zadu's voice fell, Yixing's voice sounded from beside him. In the dark world, Yixing came and went without a trace, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Although King Zadu was a level 7 death spirit king, he didn't know where Yixing was. All of a sudden, King Zadu heard Yixing's voice, which startled him. Boom! King Zadu's reaction was extremely fast. Although he was shocked, he wasn't careless in his actions. As soon as he heard Yixing's voice, he punched out. The void collapsed and the space of the world of darkness shook. A giant fist shadow appeared in front of him. It had the power to destroy mountains. This fist shadow flashed and disappeared. It didn't hit Yixing. Moreover, the world of darkness was too vast. Although the fist energy was strong, it could only shake this space. It couldn't destroy the world of darkness. King Zadu's attack missed. He was horrified and cursed inwardly. Whoosh! At this time, a sharp sound broke through the air behind King Zadu. By the time King Zadu heard the sound, it was already too late. A terrifying penetrative power struck his back, directly breaking through his sturdy body. In the blink of an eye, the corpse jade at his heart was pulled out. King Zadu lost control of his body. "King Wuba, save me." King Zadu's soul rushed out of his body and screamed. Just now, King Haling had wanted to take over Yixing's body. But looking at Yixing's lively appearance, King Haling had failed. Although King Zadu didn't know why King Haling had failed, he didn't dare to try. He didn't want to walk the same path as King Haling. However, although King Zadu was cautious, not taking over Yixing's body didn't mean there was no danger. Yixing's speed was as fast as lightning. He shuttled through the world of darkness and easily caught up with King Zadu's soul. Whoosh! A pale white flame suddenly appeared. Yixing slapped it into King Zadu's soul. Ah! King Zadu immediately let out a miserable shriek. Fire seed! It's the fire seed! King Wuba, save me, save me! Under the burning of the star flame, King Zadu's screams became weaker and weaker. King Wuba couldn't even protect himself. Naturally, he couldn't save King Zadu. Furthermore, after hearing King Zadu's words, King Wuba's heart was filled with fear. The fire seed was a treasure that naturally countered soul bodies. At the beginning, he thought that even if his body was destroyed, his opponent wouldn't be able to do anything to his soul. However, from the looks of it now, even his soul body wouldn't be able to escape death. King Zadu was still letting out weak screams. King Wuba said loudly, "Human, please let me live. I swear that I will lead my army back to the world of death and never step into this world of living creatures again." By the time King Wuba finished speaking, King Zadu had already lost his voice. His soul had been incinerated by the star fire seed. In the dark world, King Wuba was vigilant, waiting for Yixing's answer. "I don't believe you. Since you've come to the star continent, don't even think about leaving. So, you'd better die." Yixing's voice came from all directions of the dark world. Sometimes it came from the left, sometimes it came from the right, sometimes it came from the front, and sometimes it came from the back. Obviously, when Yixing was talking, he was moving quickly in the dark world. King Wuba couldn't determine Yixing's location. Yixing's answer was not the answer that King Wuba wanted to hear. He immediately became somewhat agitated. King Wuba became excited and shouted, "Human, do you really want to fight to the death? If I die, my army of 100,000 will definitely scatter and flee. No matter how strong you are, how many can you kill? There will always be dead souls escaping. At that time, the human clan will no longer have a peaceful day. While you're still alive, you may be able to protect the human clan from extinction. But after 1,000 years, when your lifespan is up, this world of living creatures will be massacred by my dead soul clan. The human clan will definitely perish. As long as you let me go, I can lead my army back to the world of death with a single order. The human clan will be safe and sound." Human clan. Do you want this world to be safe and sound, or do you want the human clan to perish and the dead souls to massacre the world in the future? Yixing smiled coldly. What King Wuba said was indeed a big problem. However, Yixing had the void-breaking divine eyes, so he could see everything in this world. Even if there were dead souls who were lucky enough to escape from the war and lurk in the star continent, they couldn't escape Yixing's eyes. Only when I catch all of you dead souls in one fell swoop can the human clan be truly safe and sound. King Wuba, King Ha Ling, and King Zadu are waiting for you on the road to the underworld. You should go with them. Yixing's voice rang out. At the same time, a black flame arrow shot through the void toward King Wuba. The black flame arrow shuttled through the dark world silently. It was not until it was within 100 meters of King Wuba that King Wuba sensed that a terrifying attack was coming at him. At such a short distance, even if King Wuba had sensed it, it was already too late. He couldn't dodge it and could only block it. King Wuba's strength was much stronger than King Ha Ling and King Zadu, and his reaction was also much faster. His sharp claws flashed and collided with the black flame arrow in the blink of an eye. There was a loud explosion and sparks flew. King Wuba's finger was broken, and his body flew backward. The black flame arrow was blocked by King Wuba. A broken finger was nothing to King Wuba. However, Yixing's attack wasn't just this arrow. Whoosh! As King Wuba flew backward, Yixing's second attack followed. His 5 fingers closed together and his fingertips shot out like arrows toward King Wuba's chest. Bang! King Wuba covered his chest with one hand, blocking Yixing's attack and breaking another finger. At the same time, King Wuba's other claw swept out. It was like a sharp blade, sweeping toward Yixing's head. Yixing was lurking in the dark world, so King Wuba didn't know where Yixing was. However, the two of them were fighting in close combat, so King Wuba could naturally accurately determine Yixing's position. Although Yixing's attack power was stronger, his physical body was not as strong as King Wuba's. His head naturally couldn't withstand King Wuba's attack. Yixing's other hand swept out to block King Wuba's attack. His hand that was attacking King Wuba's chest continued to attack rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. Yixing's attack power contained the penetrating power of the arrow intent. Its destructive power was too terrifying. Although King Wuba kept blocking, his entire palm was cut off piece by Yixing until it completely disappeared. As for the arm that Yixing used to block King Wuba's attack, because his physical body wasn't as strong as King Wuba's, it was more serious. Not only was his palm gone, but his entire arm was also cut into pieces by King Wuba's sharp claws. King Wuba had lost a palm, while Yixing had lost an entire arm. It seemed that Yixing's loss was more serious. However, for Yixing, who had an immortal body, the result was the opposite. After a fierce exchange, Yixing immediately retreated and sneaked into the dark world. His flesh and blood wriggled, and the destroyed arm immediately grew out. As for King Wuba, although his body was strong, he had lost as much as he had lost. If he wanted to regrow it, he would need a large amount of flesh and blood energy to replenish it, and it would also take a long time. Yixing recovered from his injuries. He pulled the golden flame bow in the distance and first shot an arrow to repel King Wuba. Then, he instantly rushed forward and launched a storm of attacks on King Wuba. This time, King Wuba had lost a palm, so his defense was greatly weakened. He could no longer resist Yixing's attacks. In the blink of an eye, his chest was pierced by Yixing, and his corpse jade was dug out. Chapter 847. As soon as the corpse jade was dug out, King Wuba's soul left his body. With layers of restrictions, King Wuba's soul had nowhere to run. He could only scream and rush toward Yixing, "I'm going to fight you to the death. You'll die with me." As soon as he finished speaking, King Wuba's soul rushed into Yixing's body. In the blink of an eye, it reached the space between Yixing's eyebrows. The stellar fire seed had been waiting for King Wuba's soul to fall into the trap in the space between Yixing's eyebrows. King Wuba already knew that Yixing had a fire seed from King Zadu. He knew that his soul would be burned by the stellar fire seed, but King Wuba was not afraid at all. Instead, he roared crazily, "Secret soul technique, explosion." Boom! As soon as King Wuba's voice fell, a terrifying power erupted from his soul, like a bomb exploding. The stellar fire seed had just touched King Wuba's soul when it was pushed away by this explosive force. The soul was intangible, so the explosive force was intangible as well. It did not cause any damage to Yixing's space between his eyebrows. However, the intangible ripples of the explosion rushed toward Yixing's spiritual will. Obviously, the explosive force could only hurt the intangible spiritual will. "I'm going to die. You're going to die too." King Wuba's remaining spiritual will let out a final scream. However, just as the intangible ripples of the explosion approached the spiritual will in the center of the space between his eyebrows, the black hole astrology suddenly moved. It turned into a huge black hole vortex that almost covered the entire space between his eyebrows. The explosive ripples instantly fell into the black hole vortex and were crushed into pieces. They turned into spiritual origin power and were swallowed by the black hole vortex. They became nourishment for Yixing's spiritual will. In the blink of an eye, Yixing felt that his spiritual will had become much stronger. His arrow will had become sharper and showed signs of breaking through to a higher level. If King Wuba's soul hadn't self-destructed using a secret technique, Yixing could only use the star fire seed to incinerate it. He wouldn't have been able to devour it directly. King Wuba had probably never expected such a result. Ha-Ling King, Zhadu King, Wuba King, the 3 7-star death spirit kings had died one after another at the hands of Yixing. It was a long story, but in reality, it had only taken a little more than 10 breaths of time. The undead army had just charged into the formation not long ago. The battle with the Star Continent's martial artists had just begun. Furthermore, there were at least 100,000 undead spirits in the army, and they stretched for dozens of li. Only half of them had managed to make it into the formation. Those who were at the back had yet to make it in. As soon as King Wuba died, these dead spirits all sensed it. King Wuba was the absolute ruler of the Death Realm on the Star Continent. He was the only leader. The death of King Wuba had a great impact on the undead army. Even those green-haired dead spirits, who didn't have strong subjective awareness, were frightened. The order and restraint of King Wuba faded with his death. A large number of green-haired dead spirits turned around and began to flee out of fear. As for the Death Spirit Kings, who had strong subjective awareness, of course, they were even more aware of the danger. Even King Wuba had been killed. How could these Death Spirit Kings be a match for him? Of course, they also wanted to flee. However, the green-haired dead spirits at the back had not yet been trapped in the formation, so they could escape. As for the green-haired dead spirits trapped in the formation, the green-haired Death Spirit Kings couldn't escape even if they wanted to. After killing King Wuba, Yixing immediately attacked the other Death Spirit Kings, especially the middle-level Death Spirit Kings. Except for Wei Qingxian and Black Biao King, the other martial artists' attacks couldn't cause any harm to the middle-level Death Spirit Kings. There were many middle-level Death Spirit Kings. They wanted to break out of the formation with all their strength. These formations couldn't hold them for too long, so they had to seize the opportunity to kill them. Not to mention that killing one of them would reduce the danger to the human race, just the corpse jades in their chests were priceless treasures that could only be found by chance. Those were treasures that could allow even King Realm cultivators to rapidly increase their cultivation. To deal with a 7-star Death Spirit King, even if it was just an ordinary Death Spirit King like King Ha-Ling and King Zadu, Yixing had to spend some effort. Dealing with a middle-level Death Spirit King was much easier. Yixing rushed into the middle-level Death Spirit Kings like a tiger in a flock of sheep. The world of darkness enveloped them, and they all became lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Yixing was as fast as a phantom, shuttling back and forth in the world of darkness. Wherever he passed, the chests of the middle-level Death Spirit Kings were shattered, and their corpse jades were dug out. As for the souls of the middle-level Death Spirit Kings, they didn't have any actual attacking power, so they couldn't break the formation. Yixing wasn't in a hurry to kill them. First, he killed the middle-level Death Spirit Kings whose bodies were still alive. There were over 5,000 Death Spirit Kings, and most of them were low-level Death Spirit Kings. While Yixing was slaughtering the middle-level Death Spirit Kings, Wei Qingxian was also slaughtering the low-level Death Spirit Kings. Her icy aura combined with the attacks of the other kings killed a large number of them. As for the souls of the low-level Death Spirit Kings, Wei Qingxuan's reincarnation light could easily kill them. Now that Wei Qingxian was a 3-star king, it was much easier for her to use the reincarnation light than when she was a 1-star king. She could use it many times in a row. Furthermore, the reincarnation light had many levels. The higher the level, the more powerful it was, and the more energy it consumed. Killing the souls of low-level Death Spirit Kings only required the lowest level of reincarnation light. With Wei Qingxuan's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for her to use it hundreds of times in a row. Although there were a lot of undead creatures, when one's strength reached the king level, numbers weren't the key factor in a battle. The battle between the strongest was the real key to a battle. The strongest of the undead creatures had been killed by Yixing. The result of this battle was naturally a great victory for the human race. While Yixing was killing the middle-level Death Spirit Kings, he also used his void-breaking god eye to observe the distance. He found that most of the green-furred undead creatures had fled into the depths of the Sea of Black prison. Clearly, they wanted to escape back to the world of death. However, there were also some who left the group after escaping into the Sea of Black prison. These green-furred undead creatures took a detour and headed towards the Star Continent from other directions. Clearly, they had already developed intelligence and weren't willing to give up on the delicious flesh of the living world. Yixing immediately transmitted his voice to the Black Tiger King, telling him the location of these green-furred undead creatures and asking him to lead a group of kings to intercept them. Along the Sea of Black prison, Ling Daochen had set up many teleportation formations that could be used to reach any area on the edge of the Sea of Black prison. With the information provided by Yixing, the Black Tiger King immediately led a group of kings to intercept the green-furred undead creatures that were trying to enter the Star Continent from other places. With Yixing's void-breaking eye monitoring, naturally, no undead creatures were able to cross the line of defense. As time passed, the Death Spirit King gradually fell, and the battle came to an end. In the end, all the undead creatures trapped in the formation were annihilated. The Death Spirit King's soul was also annihilated. Yixing obtained a large amount of Mystic Corpse Jades. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.